And good Sunday morning. Gladstone Bowl with the 2025-26 Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. I'm Ryan Ragland, and we are at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. And a little bit of a different format than we've ran many times before. Yesterday we had 6 games of qualifying. Everyone came back out of the 36. We have 12 pods of 3 bowlers. And what's going to happen is we have three bowlers on each pair. They're going to bowl a game. Everyone's going to shift 4 pairs over and bowl a second game. After that game, low man is out. So we're going to go from 36 to 24. Everything is going to get reseeded according to how you bowled yesterday. They're going to bowl one game. We're going to have 8 3-man pods. Going to bowl one game, low man out. After that, we go into bracket play. And bracket play is going to look like this. And I have a different bracket I'm working on that's going to be a little bit cleaner and try to get filled in. But these are the lane assignments. These are how it's going to go, or this is how it's going to go. It's going to be a 1 game. I believe it's 1 game. 1 game matches. You move on. And then you're going to have the head-to-head at the very end. Winner gets $1,750. And the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational champion. So, interesting how things are going on. As you see, we have our regular camera over here. In fact, I need to get... I need to get... well, let's see. Hold on here. Oh, there it is. Here we get that out. We have a regular camera on 17 through 24, and I've done some finagling, found some extra cords, and we also have lanes 9 through 16. So now we're covering 16 lanes as best as we can. And I was going to try to get, in fact, see if I can get this to work out real quick. Boom. Trying to do some cropping here real quick. Kind of nice when you have a Photoshop. Even if it is CS5 for Creative Suite people, I'm running CS5 from when I went to Johnson County for a little bit. And, if Creative Suites you do not get on disk anymore. Everything's loaded online, so that gives you an idea on how far back I'm going. Boom. Desktop. Alrighty. Do not know how well this is going to show up. If you're watching on a big screen, probably won't be that bad, but this is the pod assignments. And starting on 9 and 10. Actually, yeah, well, not sure why this is listed the way it is, but I guess it's through the position, your qualifying round. Tony Manna Jr., John Crocker, and Sam Zeblin, Samuel, I call him, is on 9 and 10. 11 and 12 is Phil Rice, John Shaw, Joey Finley. 13 and 14, Danny Bradley, Alan Chauvin, and Tim Grumlovitz. 15 and 16, Steve Slocum, Richard Crocker, and Kent Sherfy. Brandon Leibel. This is the tough pod of all of them, I believe. Brandon Leibel, Don Braden, and Kevin Rothov. I mean, come on. Who are you going to pick? To imagine one of those three are not going to make it to the next round is just, yeah, that's a tough draw. 19 20, Keith Schneider, Kevin Mason, VJ McDaniel. 21-22, Doug Hergenrader, Daryl Dersler, and Julius Mickle. 23 and 24, Mark Pettit, Jerry Kessler, and J-Dub, Jerry Wiesendanger. On 1 and 2, John Schieffer, Rafe Terry, Steve Points. 3 and 4 is Martin Gordon, Scott Eaton, Blake Howard. 5 and 6, Dave Kuchera, Mike Quackenbush, Dave Pritz, and 7 and 8 is going to be David Moorhead, Dustin Collins, and Ryan Moats. So that's your pod play right now. And AVZ will be here in a little bit. He told me he wasn't going to make it here quite on time, but hey, anytime he can get here, I'm okay with. So like we said, this is 2 games. Low man out. And after the first game, they're going to move over 4 pairs and bowl 1 more, and low man is out. So, in fact, give me a second. Let me get this posted on the Northwest Missouri Facebook page real quick, and we'll talk about some more details here in a few. Okay, and we are back. Ryan Ragland with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri for the 26th Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational, brought to you by Gladstone Bowl with video coverage. Brought to you by Anderson Automotive in St. Joe, and a huge thanks to all the sponsors, because obviously this can't happen without them, for the simple reason none of these guys are paying an entry fee at all. All this invitational was paid for by the sponsors at the end of the year. You're not going to get that very often, so that is huge for the sponsors. Lisa Finley with Shelter Insurance. Not sure why that one got in there. Finley Transport in St. Joe, and look who shows up after his mile walk. He's like,
my maps on my phone said 0.8 miles, so it wasn't quite the mile. I'm not going to exaggerate.
Oh, okay, well, that's all right. Actually, I need to change.
So what'd I miss?
The beginning.
That sounds about right. Bowling 2 games this morning.
Yep, I'm trying to. Trying to get the correct. There we go. There we go. Now we got it. Now I need to get them moved over so that can't get. You go ahead and talk. I'm trying to.
Well, not sure what to say other than
the paperwork.
It's in the car. Oh no!
You better go walk that half mile, son.
I'll be right back.
You'll be right back.
Son of a gun! It's sitting in the car.
I know how that
think
goes.
About that. I bet we could get some printed out. Perhaps.
I'm sure we could probably talk to the tournament director and see
what we can do. Meanwhile, we are partway through the first game, and the idea is not to finish last.
Yeah, and let me pull this up so you can read it. That's
the pools. Mm-hmm.
Now, and when this came out yesterday, I got to looking, and obviously all these guys are tough. They wouldn't be here.
Which is the group of death?
17 and 18, Brandon Leibel, Don Breeden, and Kevin Rothoff.
I did see that last night as well.
I talked to Brandon, comes walking in and go, dude, you got the hell pod. He goes, yeah, I saw that last night. And Brandon is a volunteer firefighter in Atchison.
Mm-hmm.
He was out late last night.
Did he get a call?
He got a call late last night. And so I don't know, no pun intended, I'm not sure what fumes he's running on right now.
I get it both ways. And meanwhile, just looking at the scores on 17-18 right now, no one has started off like a house of fire.
No.
Apologize for that also.
Yeah, no pun intended. And then we have, you haven't seen this yet. As you look at the screen,
mm-hmm.
we are looking
a little wider.
We are looking at lanes 9 through 16.
I like it.
And then we can come back over here. And then we have this group here. And we actually have.
And 19 and 20 is ultimately where the finals are going to be. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Keith Schneider has the front 6. No, that's VJ McDaniel has the front 6. McDaniel has started with the double, 2 spares, 3-bagger. And he goes pretty flush with that one. So VJ came and said, well, we're just going to stop this now. I'm not going to be last. And the best way not to be last is to start the front 6.
That's a good start.
Now, if you want to be like idiot Todd Haley and use his, you know who Todd Haley is.
Oh, yes. The dividing things into quarters.
Yeah. Well,
dividing the season into quarters.
Yeah, well, He's also the one that was benching Matt Castle when they had a chance to win the AFC West.
Right.
Yeah, we won't go into that.
No. I think he is coaching in one of the UFL leagues now, or teams in the league.
That might be beyond his pay grade. He's not that good.
He's not that great.
I was worried when he got high. I don't know why. I remember he was the OC at Arizona. I'm like, really? The guy's never, and he's not behind anybody good. So anyway.
Meanwhile, VJ, after his front six,
we jinxed him.
Left a baby split.
Yeah,
Let's see what he does here. Oh, it's going to come in a little heavy.
There you go.
Oh, you got
it.
Yep. Cleaned it up.
Don Breeden. He goes with a flush. Daryl Dursler. He goes 4-9. Oh, Daryl. He goes walking back. I was talking to Tim Grumlovitz, and he was telling me he said he actually left double-digit 8-pins. Rafe Terry.
Oh.
He said Rafe Terry came over to him and said, I've never seen a ball hit so
buried
well.
It. So often.
I think it was double-digit 8-pins, like 4 9 or no, excuse me, double-digit 9-pins, 4 8-pins, and Tim doesn't have
nothing you can do
high
about
rev
that.
rate.
Right. So
and he goes, and however many 7-pins. Like, you should be leading. He goes, well, yeah. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, he tried to adjust after the baby split, VJ, and came up light, but still carried.
I'm going to show you something kind of interesting. Technology, where we've come from, even in just 10 years, is amazing. So,
from where you were when you started broadcasting these events.
So this camera here is plugged directly into a video card, a Blackmagic video card that's plugged in directly into the motherboard. So it's just direct, no frames lost or nothing. Okay. Well, when they started doing video, I can't remember what the deal was, but you had like VGA connectors to the back of the.
Remember those? Yeah.
To the computer. Well, now the video card, the Blackmagic video card, I got as a suggestion from Justin Wyman, who actually does all the video boards, the scoring, the lighting, and everything for the PBA show. So we're talking.
This is high level.
The dude knows.
He does.
He tells me, I'm doing it. Okay. And I'll tell you what, to put that whole thing together.
Wow.
It's incredible.
That's great.
Helping him tear it down a few times. It's like, wow. Anyway. So I just been using a cheap video grabber, a 3.0 USB video grabber, just to get the scores. I don't need motion. I just need a picture. So now, and the Blackmagic video card probably ran like 2.5, almost 300.
Probably.
But it was worth it because I wasn't losing any frames. So I go to this one. Okay? You can tell much difference?
Wow.
This little video grabber,
how about
a little bit bigger, the size of the credit card. HDMI plugs into it, goes from the 3.0 USB, plugs in. You really can't tell them. There's not enough difference. That thing cost me like $10.
Isn't that amazing? Pretty slick.
It's.
The answer was always there.
I'm not mad
just
about
needed
it.
to find it.
Yeah. So,
and we're getting closer to the end of the first game here of 2.
In fact, I'm going to head down to the low end real quick and see what we have for some scores. So now it's my turn to interrupt you.
Fair enough. Meanwhile, back on 17 and 18, we were talking about the group of death.
Actually, do we have that on the middle end? Yeah, we do. 15 and 16. I think it's Richard Crocker has the front 9. No? That might be Steve Slocum. Yep, Steve Slocum has the front 9, and he'll be walking up on 16. I don't know if we have that over far enough where we could see it. Now you'll be able to see his result with the camera. I'll see if I can get the camera turned over enough so you can see what he does. But Steve Slocum walks up with the front 9 on 50 and 16. I'll get it switched over here. There we go. Danny Bradley on 14. Yeah, he's gonna go 278 to start with 2 spares, and he's gonna go sheet here. Slocum throwing the ion. Oh, yeah. Announcer's jinx.
Meanwhile, VJ, after starting with his front 6.
So VJ down there.
He has struggled a little bit toward the end.
Slocum with the 270. Danny Bradley with the 270 on this shot. And David Moorhead. He had a chance to go.
I think you're almost starting to get out of range a little bit. Hearing a little more static. The group of death, they have kicked things up a little bit. Brandon Leibel in the 8th, 156, a spare up, and then another 10 pin. He's left, I believe, 3 of them this game already.
And points looks like he's going to go 50s. Some pretty good scores early like we had last week or yesterday. And we're going to get, Dan's going to be able to get us updates after the first game.
As you were walking down there, we were looking at the group of death over here. As Brandon's left 3 10 pins here in this game already.
And look what Don Braden's doing.
And Don Braden turned it around. He after starting spare, got 5 in a row.
He's back.
I think so. Yesterday was not his best day, but again, like we were talking about, starting fresh here. And VJ struggled toward the end, left it
toward the end,
open in the 10, 236.
Snyder goes 260.
And that will end up being the low on that group after starting out with the front 6. 236 is the low.
Is that your PR? That's my high game, baby. Kevin Mason says his PR for the weekend's the 237 he just shot. And that seems to be the kind of the tail of the tape is carry. You can get it there, but you've got to get it, go through the pins the right way, and it.
Just looking up, I see 1, 2, 10 pins right now.
I saw a shot yesterday. Ryan Barnes doing a video on the new Alpha Crux that Storm came out with, the re-release. And Mark, if you see the video, Mark Baker talks about how Belmonte and EJ Tackett make the pocket bigger with their angle, and that's why they're able to carry a lot of the lighter hits and everything, which makes sense. Well, I think Ryan Barnes did the new Scout, throws the Alpha Crux. He's not covering a ton of boards, like you're really wheeling on the back end, but he threw it so hard and light enough and created a big enough pocket. The head pin comes off the wall, pushes the tube back as the 4 was standing there. The head pin comes off the wall, hits the 4, sends the 4 across into the 10.
You get that working head pin that takes out several different pins on its own.
So if you see Ryan Barnes on the Alpha Crux, you'll see that shot. It's amazing how what the kids can do now.
with the revs and the speed and all of that combined.
Didn't need that one back in our day. We had to keep everything in front of us and play the
Up and in.
pattern like 20 feet. I don't know if I told you I like watching the old PBA shows
Oh, they're fun to watch.
on YouTube. And Bo Burton was talking about the pattern, and it was like 12 feet of oil, and it was buffed down to like 23 or 20, not even halfway down the frickin' lane. And we're sitting here talking. Now we're sitting here talking about 30 plus units and buffing
just
down
loading
to
it
40
up,
some
right.
feet. It
So
makes you wonder at some point what's next.
Yeah. So on 17 and 18, Don Breeden will punch out for a 270 if he can fill out the 10th here.
Yeah.
Brandon Leib with a 236. And then 214. Who else was in that pod?
We'll get this switched over. Get Breeden's last two shots.
So now, in addition
on
of looking at their
18.
scores through this second game, they'll look to compare with the first and what kind of
Yeah.
room they have to make up or just the cushion that they have. But there is not a low score in the bunch anywhere that I see.
Anybody get? Hey, Sam. You're making a good window. We're trying to watch Don. You're making a good window.
Go get those bar stools.
Get those bar stools.
Stand up. Be a man.
Stand up, son.
You say something, Tony Mann?
No, because he's not in the way.
You're picking on that's EEOC violation.
Okay.
I got those numbers still from work. For some reason, they keep sending them to me.
From how many years ago from work?
I read 10 years last Saturday.
10 years.
Yeah.
Regret? No, okay.
Hey, got two.
Yeah, I got it.
No, I mean, it's just zero. When they're yelling at you because you're out there with a hoodie, no trade and you
Don't get me going on that.
or you got your glasses not situated or the
Yeah,
screen's
yeah.
earplugged out. I mean, it's like,
And you get that one guy that just wants to nitpick.
oh
Yeah.
They each got some good rule. Each got one rule.
I got it. So Don Breeden 267. See if I can get this shrink down just a little bit. There we go. So now we're going to get started for game 2 after everyone shifts over 4 pairs. Hey, Kevin, you want to get Daryl going? I think that Model T needs to be cranked up again.
He's old, man.
He ain't old. He outbowls me. What are you talking about?
He's pretty good.
So now we can get started. Got some guys on the low one that's already getting started now. Now what we need is one more camera.
And have the whole place
go
covered.
another 50 feet, and we can have all 3 covered.
We'll walk down a couple
God.
times to
When Tony throws
Get
the
updates.
ball nice, that thing just sets good.
Do you know how this threesome is doing?
We'll find out. We're gonna get
Get the sheet.
Yeah, we'll get the scores from Dan. That was one thing I asked him. Also, I'm working on that.
Mm-hmm.
I had
bracket.
that, and I didn't think that was going to work well enough. I couldn't make it, so I got that. So needless to say, I'll be kind of doing some work on this as we're going through.
How did it end up with the seeding for this? Is it based on yesterday or based on their 2 games
Yep.
today?
Based on today.
Based on their 2 games today is how the top 16 will be seeded, which kind of makes sense.
Yep.
I would expect it to take more than 500 to be in the top couple seeds.
Yeah, you just don't want to be the bottom.
You don't want to be the bottom. You do want to advance.
And I don't think there's a. Trying to remember all my Photoshop stuff. I kind of joked around. I said, "This is for anyone that knows Creative Suites. I'm running CS5, and this is from 10 years ago when Adobe would you bought the CD. Now everything's online. You just
Everything,
purchase it and
right.
download it.
Now, I hear you can get on AOL with one of those CDs, too. Remember the old AOL CDs that used to come? So game 2 has started. And this is where there will definitely be some scoreboard watching. If you bowled well in the first game and happen to be on top of your 3-team pod, you've got a little more cushion, again, just to avoid being last in this group of 3. Here we go. We do have results from game 1 from across the pods. And in pod 1, it is John Crocker with a 245, Tony Manna Jr. 229, Sam Zeblin Jr. 202. So Sam with some room to make up there. He's 27 behind Tony Manna Jr. In the next pod, Phil Rice, John Shaw, and Joey Finley. Phil Rice with the 267, John Shaw 224, Joey Finley 183. So Joey's in some tough shape there. The next pod has Danny Bradley, Alan Chauvin, and Tim Gromlovitz. I'm going to get that right before the end of the weekend. Let's see here. Danny Bradley 278, Alan Chauvin 257, and Tom Gromlovitz 257 also. So 257 you bowl in the first game, and you're tied for last. That's pretty rough there. So we'll watch between Alan and Tim there and see if Danny can hold his lead. In pod 4, Stephen Slocum with the 279 on top right now. Kent Sherfrey, 247, and Richard Crocker, 235. The next pod has Don Breeden at 267, Brandon Leibel at 236, Kevin Rothove at 214. Again, the goal out of this is just not finish third in your group of 3, and then you will advance to the 16-team bracket or 16-player bracket match for the championship. In Pod 6, Keith Schneider, 268. And then real close here, this was the match that we were watching right in front of us here. Kevin Mason, 237. BJ McDaniel, 236. So 1 pin separating those two. In Pod 7, it's Doug Hergenrader with a 268. And then a real tight race here for the other spot in that pod. Julius Michael with a 226. Daryl Dersler with a 225. Going to Pod 8. This one is about as tight as it could be. Jerry Wiesendanger, 237. Mark Pettit, 236. Gary Kessler, 234. So that is anybody's game. We'll have to keep a watch on that.
I'm looking to see where they are. We actually need like 3 people to write scores down so we could.
Almost, as we can keep track of this. In the next pod, Steve Points with a 258. Rafe Terry, 234. John Schaefer with a little bit of ground to make up. He's at 215. And the following pod has Martin Gordon, 246. Blake Howard, 222. They're comfortably ahead of Scott Eaton. He's one that you were talking about early on. He did not come out well today, 196.
Yeah, down 20. Down 26.
You're right. You only have to
but
pass one of them. The next pod has, this one's tight all the way around, less than 13 pins separating first from third. Mike Quackenbush, 236. Dave Pritz, 227. Dave Kuchera, 223. So that's going to come down to the 10th frame of this second game. And finally, another one that is very, very close. Dustin Collins, 242. Ryan Moats, 241. David Moorhead, 234. So just 8 pins separating first from third there. We've got some tight pods.
So let's take a look at a 24 seed. I need a highlighter is what I need.
Or I'll at least try and find a pin at least.
So I'm looking at the top the seeds that are leading in each pod. So you have a 24 seed leading. There we go. You can go ahead and highlight the leaders in each pod. But I think that's kind of the interesting thing. John Crocker, 24 seed, leading Tony Mena and Sam Zeblin Jr. Phil Rice, number 2 seed, leading John Shaw and Joey Finley. Danny Bradley with his big 270. He's leading Joey Finley and Alan Chauvin. Steve Slocum, a 4 seed. So 3 of the top 4 seeds are leading. And Don Breeden, qualified 20th. He's leading, not a surprise because it just from one bad week. Top seed, Keith Schneider and his pod leading. Doug Hergenrader, a 7 seed. Another top seed leading. And you got a tight one there. Wiesendanger, qualified 29th. He's leading, but only by 1 over second and 3 over third. Steve Points, qualified 28th. He's leading his. Mark Gordon, another top seed, leading with a 240. And Mike Quackenbush leading, but that's a tight one. And Dustin Collins. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 12 of the top seeds that are leading. So that's
it carried over today for them.
Yeah, things like that I find interesting. But then again, it comes back to what we were talking about. These
today's a new day. I mean,
yeah,
you've got,
and any of these guys.
Yeah, you've got. They're all so good that just to have an opportunity and you can be hot on one day.
And the shorter the format, the more dangerous everyone becomes. The longer the format, the better bowlers come out.
Right.
So yeah, when you're talking a short format, anything's possible.
There's a big 8 pin there.
In fact, and Wiesendanger just got done throwing a ball over here. He must have struck because he's already sitting down. No. Where's he at? Oh, he's on. Actually, he's on 9 to 10. That's why I don't see him.
Some of these tight matches are down on the other end, it looks
Yeah.
like.
I'll have to
Wander down.
see. They started. These are the lanes they started on, so you can add 8. Yeah, 9, 10, 8, 17.
They're pretty much in the middle of the house.
So I'll go down there and check out what
Why don't you take this also, the sheet.
Wiesendinger and them are doing real quick.
And with only 2 games to bowl, it goes quickly. So we are almost halfway through this second game already. And as we saw, some of these pods are very, very close from first to third. So really anyone can advance
So
and
right now,
anyone can be
Jerry
eliminated.
Kessler is up in the 6th. He started a strike open, 2 spares, 10 pin. Wiesendinger, spare strike, spare. So he was talking about his carry was a bit tough. And Mark Pettit. Neither one of these guys are taking charge outside of Jerry staying clean. Mark Pettit has a strike open, 2 spares. No. Check that. Mark Pettit, strike, spare, 3. So it's going to come down to, if this continues, it'll come down to Kessler and Wiesendinger. The other tight one was over there on 17 and 18 with Moorhead, Collins, and Moats. And Moorhead starts with the front 5. Moats on the spare with sheet for 210. Collins for the sheet can go 240. So it looks like Moats might be the low man on that one. Where is how can I not find David Kuchera? Oh, there he is, right in front of me. So with Quackenbush, Kuchera, and Howard, and only a 14-pin difference between them, Quackenbush in the 7th on the spare can finish 250. Kuchera working on the strike in the 7th can go 260. Actually, Howard's with a different group. Dave Pritz goes spare, 3-bagger, 2 spares and a strike. So that one's still playing tight. Kuchera doing what Kuchera does. Nice and smooth, walks in, looks like he might be safe. actually go up to the high end. Danny Bradley started at 278. Alan Chauvin goes 57. Gromlovitz goes 57. They're down here on 23 and 24.
And high scores again.
Bradley's going to spare for 250. Gromlovitz goes 7-pin.
Flat
so
7.
Finished 220. So if he finishes 28, I'll give him 85. I'll put him 85 over. So shot for Alan Chauvin. He needs to mark.
And there it
That's
is.
a good mark. He's going to be moving on. While I got Tim over here, your carry was better, but a little bit late.
Yes, very late. I shot 257 the first game.
The first game, I was going to say, so you kind of corrected that carry issue you had.
Yeah, and I left an 8 and 9 again in the last game. So 257.
And it wasn't, and like we were saying, it wasn't getting to the pocket. It was just getting it to go through. But like we talked about earlier, how do you make a move off 8 and 9 pins?
Exactly. Just like when I leave a 10 pin. I mean, what are you going to change? The ball's dead perfect in the pocket. Just matter of carry.
Maybe need to work on your rev rate a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe. I think so.
Nice bowling, Tim. There you go. So Tim Gromlovitz is the first man out. And he didn't bowl bad. He goes 485 and he comes up short.
Wow.
I mean, that's rough going.
Again, all that's part of who you were up against in your pod.
Yeah. You know, and okay, so I'll use that as an example. We'll compare that 485, compare it to the other pods, and find out how many others.
How many he would have advanced in.
Yeah.
And it looks like at least several.
It would have been pretty good.
At least several of them, that would have been enough. At least 1, 2, 3.
Because he shoots
At least,
250 and it's
at least 3 or 4 of them at the very least.
Okay, so he shoots 250.
Mm-hmm.
He had been leading in 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5 of them.
Mm-hmm. He would have been
5 of the
number
12
1
he'd been leading
qualifier,
over 50%.
and instead he's third in his and out.
That's a tough draw. And that goes to what we were saying. That quick format, just having the 2 games.
You take a 10-minute nap and that's it. Who was on
10-minute
17
nap
and
in
18
your
here?
coach. You take a 5-minute nap in your.
Who was on 17 and 18 for this? There were some lower scores there.
Oh, that was Collins. Down here.
Here we go. And that was all within just a few pins. And someone had a 195.
David. What'd you shoot? Oh, okay. I got him here. Well, there's the scores. So David Moorhead shoots 34. He goes 468, and Tim Gromlovitz is out at 85. And then Dustin Collins at 437. He'll be gone, but Ryan Moats goes 41.09. He'll be at 450, so he'll be moving on. So interesting. Yeah, so we've already found one where that happens. There you go. Thanks.
I'm going to grab another pin so that we can right on there.
Yep. And we'll take a look at some other score sheets. Man, you got to let me know. Yeah, you go 270, go 2-0. Didn't you go 2-0? Oh, 88? I'm seeing 88. Oh, you're over here. I'm looking over here. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that over there. Never mind me. I got up too early this morning.
That's what it was. And you're glad they called me because of the conversation.
And taking a look at another pod. All right. So Phil Rice leads it at 468, going 67 and 02. John Shaw at 24 and 16, he goes 440. And Joey Finley goes 83 and 88 and goes 371. So, hey, John. And take a look at another one. Taiwan Tony Manna is going to move on at 486. John Crocker is going to move on with 478. And Sam with 438, so he's going to fall out. And walk down and see some of the other ones. You writing these down? Cool.
I am.
And we'll go down here with David Kuchera and Mike Quackenbush. Kuchera at 469.
I didn't do that.
And Pritz is going to go 30-42. I got three. Oh, he does. So Mike Quackenbush needs a double over here on 15. The ball just didn't make the turn, so he's going to be the little man out. Sheriff 468, Fritz at 442. Quackenbush on the spare will be 2-0. And that'll get him about 440. And then over here with Gordon, Eaton, and Howard. Gordon at 473. Howard at 396. And Scott's going to go 2-teen. And that's going to get Scott Eaton in. So Blake Howard will be the low man out. And with points for it. What happened yesterday? I saw you over here afterward. You're practicing a little bit. What were you working on?
I was just trying a couple different balls that I didn't try during the qualifying because I was too close with everything else, and I didn't want to go, off the rails with something that totally destroys everything.
At least get an idea of what it's going to do.
Yeah, so it gave me a couple more options for today.
Okay. Well, it seemed to work.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
So points goes 484, Schieffer at 473, and Rafe Terry goes 420 or no 412. So Rafe Terry will be eliminated there. And what, Weisendang already take the sheet down quick? Weisendang already take the sheet down? Well, that doesn't. Man, he can't even wait. Did he carry well enough? Did he carry better?
He got through.
He got through?
He got through.
You
That's all that
carried.
matters.
Jerry, you carried.
Well, his carry wasn't great.
Yeah, it wasn't good for me, but
Well, you
I had my first four-bagger more than I had yesterday at 6 games.
you could be Tim Bromwich who shot 45 full man on his pair.
That's brutal.
That's brutal. And if I go back
He was
right,
on his pair.
and I think Alan can, I think he would actually be leading any of the now. Alan, is that correct?
It would have been very close. You're right. Yes.
Wow. Yeah. So the low man on that one could be leading all the other pods.
I switched to a pin-down ball, and I didn't have my pin down.
And just get it to a little bit center. So then we'll move down here. Get Doug Hergenrader, Daryl Dursler, and Julius Mickle. And Daryl Dersler is going to be eliminated with Julius Mickle at 473 and Hergen Raider at 469. The rest of them have already turned theirs in. So that's pretty much what I gotta find Tim. I gotta give him this little, hey Tim Gromlovitz, you want to hear a stat? With all the pods that we've looked at, all the finals, you would be leading every single one of them outside of the one that you bowled in.
That's great news.
Oh man, that's
Calculate the scores, and then we will have the new pods here, and we will
that's all the ones that I got.
I wrote down most of the scores here.
But all the ones that we looked at, Tim Gromlovitz would have carried in. He goes 485. That is
485 and out.
wow.
Yeah, the others that we
'Cause the other
saw were
one
higher,
with
473. Steve Points had a 484, so yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Tough luck.
man. That's that. You know, that reminds me. I think it was Brandon Bonna's senior year bowling South Point. I guess it was last year. And they're bowling the collegiate singles, and he shoots 7. Kelly'd be able to tell me like 770, 780, and the guy that he bowled shoots like 80, 18. and you know, you shoot 770, you plan on winning, and he
You
would have
bet.
won any other match.
Wow.
So we're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to get reset with all the reseatings and the new pods, and we'll be back and give you those. It's the 2026 Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational here at Gladstone Bowl, brought to you by Gladstone Bowl, with video broadcast brought to you by Anderson Automotive. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll be back with the one-game match on the 8 pods of 3, low man out. The rest go to a 16-man bracket play. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl for the 2026 Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, brought to you by Gladstone Bowl. And we have the finals of the 2-game pod play, and we'll go through that real quick. Some that we've already caught. Sam Zeblin Jr. Was taken out by Tony Manna Jr. and John Crocker. Joey Finley is out against Phil Rice and John Shaw. Tim Gromlovich, 485, goes 57.28. Not good enough because his two guys that he bowled goes 536 and 513. Thanks a lot. Steve Slocum and Richard Crocker move on. Kent Sherfy is knocked out of there. Brandon Leibel, qualified 5th, goes 47.92, knocked out by Don Breeden and Kevin Rothov. That's another hard one. 450. He makes that one. Don Breeden goes 500. Kevin Rothov goes 461. Kevin Mason is knocked out by Keith Schneider and VJ McDaniel, as Kevin Mason goes 453. He's knocked out by a 473 and a 461. So a 20-pin difference between getting knocked out, or actually just an 8-pin difference between getting knocked out and moving on. Darrell Dersler was knocked out against Hergenrader and Mickle. And Mark Pettit, Jerry Wiesendanger move on. Jerry Kessler knocked out with a 440, and these still some good scores. Rafe Terry knocked out with Schaefer going 473 and 44 by points. And Mark Gordon and Scott Eaton moves on with a 473 and a 413. David Kuchera, 469. Dave Pritz at 442. And David Moorhead, 468. Ryan Moats at 450. So Doug Collins, Mike Quackenbush, Blake Howard, Rafe Terry, Jerry Kessler, Darrell Dersler, Kevin Mason, Brandon Leibel. I'll tell you what, you could Dersler, Mason, and Leibel. That's a show right there.
And all of them not making it. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So that I think the hard lucks, taking a look at the scores that didn't make it, you got a 451 and the 485. Those are tough ones. The 451 was Brandon Leibel, and he only missed by 10 pins by Kevin Rothov, and Leibel goes 36 game 1.
That was one of the closest pods going into the second game. They were separated first to third by just 12 pins.
I really don't want to go to Brandon to tell him, but he's the only top seed that didn't go through.
Oh no.
You don't.
No,
What would you rather have, a top seed that didn't go through, or I shot 485 and didn't make it through? That's hard to do.
Pretty frustrating. You don't know if you want to get beat on a last second shot or just lose by 25.
And I ended up watching KU softball last night, playing Michigan down in
Yep.
Norman, and top of the 6th, down 9 something. They take a 10-9 lead,
And then
and then Michigan gets 2 on.
gets their own.
Gets a dinger. They go up 12-10 and end up beating KU in an elimination match. So, talk about the highs and lows of anything. So I think we're getting ready.
So 536 looks to be the top.
Danny Bradley.
Danny Bradley and Alan Chauvin.
You got a
second
505, a
at
500.
513.
500 here.
And there's the other. There's 4 500s. 505 Stephen Slocum. Don Breeden 500 on the money. So those are the top 4 seeds of this 16-team bracket. Then it looks like we're probably going down to about 486, which will be Tony Manna Jr.
Yeah, we got a 484 down here.
There we go. And that 484 is Steve Points.
478
Then we'll get
up,
into the 470s.
78 up there.
478 John Crocker. 474 Mark Pettit, 473 Julius Michael.
Julius Mickle and another
Mickle,
473 down there with John Schieffer. Yeah, scores were still up, so it's I talked to Jerry. He made a ball change a little bit pinned down to get the ball to go through just a little bit different. He was having a problem with Kerry yesterday morning.
So the lowest qualifying score looks to be right around 450. No, there's a 440. John Shaw advanced with a 440. And again, it was just all who you were matched up against.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday. It's the not worrying about what anyone else is doing, just dealing with the two other guys you have. So yeah, now it's going to make interesting because it's only one game. After
Right.
these eight pods,
It's
just
going
one game.
to be quick.
You know what I forgot to do? I didn't think about it. I have all these other broadcasts as recorded, and I forgot to put them on my hard drive at home,
Oh, no.
which I was going to put in my equipment bag, so I could just sit there and transfer it here, and I didn't do it, so that's on me. And I just get an alert saying your computer is running slow. But CPU usage is only 10%, so what else are you looking at? Just getting
Oh,
scores?
just getting through the 16 here and seeing what we might
Oh, I
have for
gotcha.
matchups. It's kind of hard when all the scores, and there were several ties, and so there's a question of how they were going to break the ties as far as seeding. And talking to Dan, he's saying that they would look at the low score of the two, probably, or the low score putting you down the one spot if you're tied with someone else.
Oh, okay.
But there's at least a couple of ties.
Danny's over there ready to go. He's doing the Rocky dance. He's going, we over 50. We got to get going. We're going to get tight out here. So I think we have the brackets all done. Or I got found another bracket to use from the one that I showed earlier. And that'll be the one that I'll bring up. In fact, for that, I'll see if I can get another thing. I get rid of the schedule. Doing some. Oh, we have the new one. So everything's going to be on lanes 7 through 22. And let me get. Mr. Moats.
I know where I am.
Oh.
I'm reading upside down.
Someone's got to be able to. So let me get let me get this emailed to me so I can get to attach, send, yes. Okay. So we got that there. There's that, and I'm in the process of getting my email I sent to myself. Come on.
So from 36 to 24.
Yeah. It didn't go through.
What do you notice of these pods here?
The one that scares me the most.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Just looking through here.
Done. Attach. Send. Send.
Steve Points, John Schaefer, and VJ McDaniel will be fun to watch.
Uh,
They've all bowled well today.
This one could be interesting with John Crocker, Julius
Mm-hmm.
Mickle, and Kevin Rothov.
Mm-hmm.
Moorhead, Schneider, and Pitts.
Well, they're all going to be
Yeah.
interesting for sure.
I'm waiting for. I don't know why it's not going through, folks. There it is.
Making the official announcements now.
Odds round number 2. Starting on 7 and 8. Danny Bradley, Dave Kucera, Scott Eaton. On 9 and 10, Alan Chauvin, Doug Hergenrader,
There we go.
John Shaw. 11 and 12,
I'll get this
Steve
cropped up real
Slocum,
quick.
Phil Rice, Dave Pritt. 13 and 14, Donnie Breeden, Richard Crocker, Ryan Motes. 15 and 16, Tony Manna Jr., Martin Gordon, Jerry Wiesendanger. 17 and 18, Steve Points, John Schaefer, VJ McDaniel. On 19 and 20, John Crocker, Julius Mickle, Kevin Rocco. 21 and 22, Mark Pettit, Keith Schneider, David Moorhead. All right, if bowlers would report to their assigned pair at 10 after, we will start with 5 minutes of practice,
There we go.
and this is one game. So
Not
after
sure how
one
well
game,
that's
you
coming
will
out,
eliminate
but
8 more players.
And as you just heard, we'll go from 24 to 16 after this, and it's only one game. And so there will be even more scoreboard watching.
oh yeah,
for sure.
We're going to be doing a lot of it. In fact, I may be doing some walking over off the other side. In fact, I need to check. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and alert bell. Come on. I just got scared for a second because I didn't check this out. And it showed nothing. It said it didn't have a connection. I'm like,
Look out.
the whole time we haven't been showing anything.
So, again, just one game, and the bowlers will get 5 minutes of practice once again on their pair to see if it is any different than the previous pairs they bowled on. So, again, running down the brackets, or at least the pods, one more time. On lanes 7 and 8 will be Danny Bradley, Dave Kucera, and Scott Eaton. On lanes 9 and 10, Alan Chauvin, Doug Hergenrader, and John Shaw. On lanes 11 and 12, Stephen Slocum, Phil Rice, and Dave Pritz. Lanes 13 and 14 have Don Breeden, Richard Crocker, and Ryan Motes. 15 and 16 have Tony Manna Jr., Martin Gordon, and Jerry Wiesendanger. On 17 and 18, Steve Points, John Schaefer, and VJ McDaniel. On 19 and 20, John Crocker, Julius Michael, and Kevin Rothov. And on 21 and 22, Mark Pettit, Keith Schneider, and David Moorhead.
So I was incorrect, and I have to ask Dan, but he reseeded. They did a reseed off their scores from the 2 games.
Yes, that is correct.
I
Yes,
just
it was
now saw
off of
that.
what they were doing this morning.
Okay.
And that's how I was
I thought the
using
whole
that there.
thing was based off the
No,
qualifying. So
yesterday was just to
that
get
makes
into
it
the
even more
pods.
interesting.
You bet.
Because if you take a look, 116, whoever, or no, the qualifying.
Right.
So you could have.
Well, Danny Bradley qualified third
You'd have-
yesterday, but he's in first today, so he is with his group.
So he went from 3 to 1, but I was going to look at the qualifying sheet on the numbers on who would have been where, but we can't do that because the scores would have been different.
Who
so-
would have otherwise? Got it.
Yeah. If it would have been from, well, yeah, I guess we could have if it would have been from the last.
You know, the way I look at it, today's a new day and everything's
Yeah.
a little different, so it would make sense that you would qualify.
There's
or
no
be
book of
seated
absolute on how to do it.
based on how they're doing today so far.
If that's what the tournament director wants to do, that's
Why
what he
not?
wants to do.
And it makes sense.
Yeah. I have no problem with it. Not like it matters if I did or didn't. But yeah, the only ones we're really not going to see is 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8 with Danny Bradley, Dave Kuchera, and Scott Eaton. Reason being, the walkway to the back is between lanes 8 and 9.
Little tricky.
So just with the camera work, it's a
Is
little.
that on the screen right now?
Oh
There we
yeah,
go.
I
Let's
could probably
clean that up a little bit.
You want me to clean it up?
There
How's
we
that? Is
go.
that cleaned up
Look
enough?
at that.
And you know what I'll even do? Trash, gone. Don't need you anymore. In fact, I'm going to see if I can come up. I like the banners on the bottom.
I do like that. That looks good.
But I want to come up with something a little bit different. I'm not for sure how or what, but I like the base that we have. So I'll toy around with that. Maybe make it a little bit cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like that background. I saw that background when I was looking around. I'm like, I like that. And one thing I thought about, if I'd have been thinking about it, I'd have brought it. I actually have an FM transmitter that I could take sound out of the board, put it into the FM transmitter, and then bring a little Walkman with me, and I can hear from that.
Oh, right.
That would have been good.
As
walking
you're
back
going
and
down.
forth, so
Yeah, maybe that's for next year.
Masters.
There you go. Yes. As we're spread out over 32 lanes.
Yep.
It's just curious now to see if there are many changes from the pairs that they had bowled on previously to what they're doing here for one game, because you don't have any time to adjust.
You better, and I don't. Here's the thing that I'm kind of curious on. Anybody like 7 and 8? So like, did Danny? Where's Bradley at? So he started on 3 and 4. So he's not going to be on.
Well, no, those aren't lanes. He started on 13.
Right. So he started on 13, but he's not bowling on anything that he bowled on before. So
Right. Well, 7 and 8 are
kind of worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I think everyone got moved around pretty good. Looks like practice will be wrapping up here in less than 30 seconds, and we'll get going with this. And so, again, a one-game sprint to get into the final 16.
We're going to be done with this pretty early.
I was thinking the same
and
thing.
I don't mind it.
No. And, you know, we will get done quicker, and still, I think most of the bowlers are bowling at least as much as they did before. It's more games for more bowlers. Instead of just 8 bowlers bowling 8 games today to then get into stepladder, we had.
Look at this.
Oh, look at this.
Uh-oh.
We had 24 bowlers today. Actually, we had 36 bowling 2 games, and now 24 bowling 1 more before we get into the bracket.
This kind of makes it fun. You know what? And he may want to, I don't know, I'll talk to him, see if he wants to try to do something different, like you could do 8 for the cut and do a 2-game, or do a 2-game for that, and then the next one is a game.
You could just
So
whittle
you
it
cut
down a
from the
little
8
bit
to the
more.
4,
You're
then
right.
you have the 2.
Yeah. and getting down to an 8
and do a head-to-head, you're
or
still doing
player
4,
bracket.
you're still doing 4 games,
Right,
like you would
right.
match play. So that would be kind of interesting. You could just do a.
We'll get feedback from bowlers. Hear what they
Yeah.
say. So we are off and rolling here, and it's going to go quick. We'll try and keep you updated as much as we can, as much as we can see. And then you've got most of the lanes there on the screen for you. Nothing but strikes across the board so far, about everywhere you look. And if for some reason you're just joining us again, we are at the 2026 Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational, the end of season wrap-up tournament for the what started as the top 36 qualifiers from the season. They bowled six games yesterday, which seeded them into pods today, 3 bowler pods, and then they bowled 2 games. 1 person from each pod is eliminated, giving us now 24, and now new pods with the 24 for 1 game, getting down to 16 bowlers that'll be put into a bracket. And really, with 1 game, 1 frame can be it. We see, the big 4 from VJ. We see the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10.
That didn't work out well for Kevin.
No. And in this 1 game, again, one frame can be a crippler.
Yeah. Well, if you remember, what was it, the 2000s, the late thousands? They would have like an 8-man, the 8-man bracket where you'd have 3 bowl, low man out. Those 2 bowl the next one.
I like that. I've never thought it's fair in bowling. The most pins you could ever get in a frame is 30. But boy, you can lose a lot more than 30 in one frame.
Well, it's easier
That
to
just
lose
doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem like the math adds up right on that.
It's easier to lose it than it is to get it.
You can get 30, but lose a whole lot more.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, a lot of strikes on lanes 21 and 22. That's Mark Pettit, Keith Schneider, and Dave Moorhead. They all 3 of them have started with 3-baggers.
I'm probably going to wait about 3 or 4 more frames and head down to the low end. Let me get this over here. You got to get reminded, change the camera over to the middle 8. Kevin Rothoff just took the 3-6 off the 3-6-10. And the other 2 bowling, John Crocker has a 3-bagger, and Julius Mickle has a spare strike, so that puts him in a bad spot. Taking a look. Plus, I can't see the scores on the low end. I'll head down there in a little bit. Steve Points has a strike open. Oh, where's he at? He has a 3-bagger. Oh.
I printed out a second copy so that
you are the man.
once we go roving reporter on it here,
got to have something,
I'll have it
right?
figured out. Watching this match on 21 and 22, Pettit, Schneider, and Moorhead, all 3 of them have started with 4 in a row.
Don't sneeze.
Steve Points with a strike. And he has started with a 4-bagger on 18 and 19.
Yeah, I wish we could see the scores as we have the camera on the middle 8.
Nothing but strikes on 21 and 22.
And we'll get the report on Bradley Kutcher and Eaton on 7 and 8.
I can go down for that if you want.
No, I need to go down there in a little bit anyway to get
Okay.
my back to loosen up. I got a knot where it just.
Trust me, I get it.
It's one of those where you feel like, it just needs to pop one time. It'll be a lot better.
21 and 22 is going to be the fun one to watch here. And
That
it's
was
right in
one
front of
them.
us.
That's one of them I said was
You're
kind
right.
of interesting.
You're right. Well, just as far as today, you've got the 8th seed, 9th seed, and 17th seed.
Yeah, and I thought Crocker, Mickle, and Rothlev was going to be interesting, but
They're struggling right now.
Rothev's kind of, he'll even admit he's kind of stinking it up for everybody.
He's left. He's had 2 opens in his first 4 frames.
Well, we've got 15 in a row on 21 and 22.
VJ struggling on 17 and 18 also. He has 2 opens in his first
Pettit
4 frames.
says, "Not me. I'm not.
Not going to break the
String
string.
breaker. I'm not string breaker." Hey, Kevin decided to join everybody.
Dave Moorhead in the 6th.
Pretty good.
Up about 10 and in, and that 5 pin just did not get over and hit the 7.
Well, blower 7. I bowled a match play one time. I think it was Lee Gabriel. A long time ago over at, it's called the Latham West Mission Bowl now. But it was a bowler of the year. I shot like 240. He shoots 300, and I go, "Why didn't you just tell me the first time I missed I was done?"
Yeah, don't have to worry about the rest of it.
Thanks a lot.
So the string broken on 21-22. Schneider, he rings a 10 pin.
Well, we go ahead and we jinxed that enough the way it is. So I'm going to head down.
Might want to wander down, yeah. Oh, and he missed his 10 pin.
That's and on that pair, that could deem very costly.
Again, that's where you lose more than 30 pins in a frame.
You got a guy that still has a string, another one that made his spare, and then you do that. That's
So feasibly a 269 or 267 could be out. Well,
Pettit decided he was going to give him a break.
Pettit ends his string of 6 in a row.
So look down on 15 and 16 with Mana, Gordon, and Wiesendanger. Gordon has the front 5, walking up in the 6th. Wiesendanger had the front 5. He wraps a 10 pin. And Tony Mana Jr. Spare, open, double. That's a shocker. So Wiesendanger on the spare. Then we go over to Don Breeden, Richard Crocker, and Ryan Moats. Moats goes 8 count. On the spare, he can go 255. Remember I told you he's back?
I think you mentioned that.
Don Breeden with the front 7. He's back.
As to be expected.
It's going to be between Moats and Crocker. And Crocker his ball just jumped on him. He goes 6-7. So on the 9 out, he's going to be a low man. He can sheet for 250 on the spare. We'll have to go back and check that one out. Steve Slocum, Phil Rice, and David Pritz. Slocum with a strike spare, 5-bagger. Walking up on the 12th, on lane 12. Ooh, I think he got that one out a little bit further than he intended. David Pritz on a sheet can go 245, and Phil Rice 247. So pretty tight between David Pritz and Phil Rice. Pritz pulled that one pretty bad, so he goes 9 count. Then we go 9 and 10 to Alan Coven, Doug Hergenrader, and John Shaw. As Hergenrader with a split 4-bagger. He's walking them out. Just walking them out, Doug. Let me guess what ball that is. That would be the gold label. I don't know why I got rid of mine. It's pretty good. John Shaw with spare, strike spare, double. He can sheet for 288. And so he's going to be looking at being a low man. Do what? I didn't think so. Danny Bradley with the front 5 spare. David Kuchera on the split. He's going to have 90 in the 6th. He can shoot for 210, and Scott Eaton can shoot for 279. So that's.
Well, meanwhile, down here on 21 and 22, Keith Schneider had his open
And
missing.
Breeden has the front 9.
Missing his 7-pin, but has come back with 3 in a row, and we're talking over each other. Sorry about that. But very exciting down here on 21 and 22. David Moorhead left a 7-pin, which picked up the spare, but he is down 10 pins now coming into the 10th frame.
Don Breeden with the front 9. So he's walking up on 14. I think I got that one set up.
Coming down to the end here with Pettit, Schneider, and Moorhead. And after Schneider's open, he has a 3-bagger, which has got him back into it and actually ahead now, or above the cut line. Mark Pettit with a 9 count in the 10th, or another strike. He will be comfortably in. Moorhead with a strike in the 10th now. He can punch out for a 248, which will force Schneider to double if Moorhead can get one more strike.
Breeden gets his 10th. A little lucky. I think Breeden's safe to.
I think he's safe.
He might be number 1 seed.
Mark Pettit is also going to be safe. And big carry there for Moorhead. That's going to force Keith Schneider, I believe, to double here the 10th. Moorhead will, with a strike, could have a 248.
We've had some. This is when you see some tough luck draws.
Actually, it looks like Schneider will need 1 strike. Actually, he'll need 2.
Pettit with a 240 or 250, 267.
Actually,
Breeden
1
up,
strike.
Breeden up for number 11. He hits that one.
Keith Schneider needs a strike here, or else he'll be eliminated.
Get Schneider over here real quick. Needs the first one?
Needs the first one.
All right.
And he gets it.
And he got the first one.
So at
And
77, 120, 30. Yep, that puts him in the 250s.
Don Breeden walk it up for number 12 for 300. Good time to shoot 300 to make sure you make it.
You bet.
And that's a 300.
Look at that. Second one of the weekend.
I told you he was back.
And another strike for
down
good
there
measure
and-
for
We'll repeat
Schneider.
everything real quick. See if I can get you scores here.
so a 248. 248 and you're eliminated.
And lose.
And that's after, yeah, starting with the front five. Schneider
Then
had
you
missed
take
it.
a look. And then look at Kevin Rothov, who started
32 in the
he
third.
started spare, open.
Open.
I'm ready.
And 7 in a row.
I'll have to talk to him after this.
And that will get him through.
Yeah, that's going to get him in. And I'll take a look at some other scores here real quick. Jerry Wiesendanger goes 259. Tony Manna is going to be eliminated with 214. And Gordon can shoot for 279. So, yeah, Tony Manna, top seed yesterday, is eliminated. Kevin, I only got one question for you. Did they tell you when practice was done, or you just decided that on your own?
Bad ball choice.
Okay, usually that's what it is, isn't it?
Same mistake 2 days in a row.
So are you going to make that mistake?
Goal tomorrow, I'm not doing that.
I had to ask him.
And you know, if you get a 231, you've had some funny pin
So
counts
Julius
in there
Mickle
somewhere.
will be eliminated. 231 for Kevin. 235 for Crocker. Steve Points is going to spare for 220. And John Schaefer can sheet for 247. So it looks like VJ is going to be eliminated. Tony Manna is eliminated with the 214. Jerry Wiesendanger with 259. And who had the 69? Oh, Richard? Oh, Gordon. Gordon had the 69. What did you have, Ryan? 34, okay. So Don Breeden had the 300. Ryan Motes had the 34. And can't remember who was on their pair. He had 215. I didn't see who was in 11 and 12. Steve Slocum, 3, 225, so is eliminated. And then 7 and 8. Oh my goodness, a pocket 7, stone 8 for 235.
I think 7 and 8 is just out of range of where we are. A little hard to hear what's happening down there.
Needs a strike. John Shaw to strike. Oh, let me switch this over real quick. John Shaw needs a strike to advance, 9 to tie. Oh, and he advances. So 236 for John Shaw. Doug. He can go 250. If he can go spare and count, spare in 9. Assures Doug Hergenrader to be in. Danny Bradley can go 248. And it's his. Dave Kuchera. So Scott Eaton with 226. And Dave Kuchera needs to strike out. Needs the double and count. Yeah. So Dave Kuchera needs the double and count. Hergenrader gets his strikes. I guess the first one is like assassin.
Of course, the last pair to wrap up is the one that we don't have the best camera angles on.
No.
We are camped out more toward the other side of the house where the semifinals and finals will be.
Well, you can only shoot out for 2 teams. Dave Kuchera's out. 90. Yeah, Dave Kuchera is out. I was taking his word for it. I'm looking at it wrong. Say Dave Kuchera is going to be eliminated. Sloven's eliminated. Oh, sorry. I think you got them all, didn't you? Pretty much.
So from 24, we're going to go down to 16. We were almost out of range, so it's a little hard to hear down there.
Probably need to get new batteries in it.
But we do know that advancing, we've got Mark Pettit and Keith Schneider. We've got Steve Points and John Schaefer. We've got Martin Gordon and Jerry Wiesendanger. We've got Ryan Motes and Don Breeden, who had a 300. Scott Eden and Danny Bradley. And then John Shaw, and who else came out of that pod between Hergenrader and Chauvin?
Alan Chauvin was eliminated.
Okay.
236 to 235 between Shaw and Chauvin.
So you were really cutting out when you were talking about Slocum, Rice, and Pritz.
Slocum shot 280. Pritz made it in. Phil Rice, so another top seed, got eliminated from qualifying yesterday.
I'm sorry, who advanced there? Slocum was in.
Slocum was in and Pritz is in.
Got it.
And then Richard Crocker got eliminated.
Yep, we got that.
And then Tony Manna got eliminated.
VJ McDaniel dropped.
Yep.
David Moorhead dropped. And
then Julius Mickle dropped.
All right, so now we've got 16 to be reseeded into the bracket that you'll be working on visually.
Yeah, got to get names filled in.
Well, we know the number 1 seed. You can put that one in.
I believe that would be Breeden.
I believe so.
In fact, I have to pull that back up because let's go ahead and take a break while they get all that done. I'm going to get some of this stuff situated.
We'll see if we have seedings when we get back.
We will have those. We'll be back in a little bit from Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, the 26th Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. We'll be back in a few minutes with bracket action. And we are back. Ryan Ragland, Alan Van Zant with you at the 26th Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. And Alan has the seatings, and I'm going to work on the graphics.
We have the bracket of 16 set up now, and the matches for the quarterfinals have been determined. And running it down the list here, on lanes 7 and 8, top seed Don Breeden will take on 16th seed Dave Pritz. They're on lanes 7 and 8. On lanes 9 and 10, second seed Stephen Slocum will take on 15th seeded Stephen Points. Again, that on lanes 9 and 10. On lanes 11 and 12, third seed Martin Gordon will take on 14th seed Scott Eden. Fourth seed Mark Pettit will be on lanes 13 and 14 against 13 seeded Kevin Rothove. On lane 15 and 16, fifth seed Keith Schneider against Ryan Motes, the 12th seed. Sixth seeded Jerry Wiesendanger will take on John Crocker on lanes 17 and 18. Crocker coming in at the 11th seed. On lanes 19 and 20, Doug Hergenrader, 7th seed against 10th seeded John Schaefer. And finally wrapping up the 16, Danny Bradley. This is the 8-9 matchup. Danny Bradley against John Shaw. They'll be on lanes 21 and 22. So there are your final 16 for this Senior Invitational. You're still working on getting the names in the bracket. Some of them have too long of names, don't they?
Yeah, and I can't select it short.
And again, everyone getting 5 minutes of practice. Actually, it didn't look like to be totally 5 minutes of practice because we're almost done with it already and they just started. So they really only need a couple on each lane to see if they need to make any adjustments. And this, again, the quarterfinals. We started with 36, got down to 24, and now at the final 16. And again, this is just a single game match play from here on out. And we had the interesting pods. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of feedback we get from the bowlers. I think it's mostly positive from everything we've heard so far, just the talking today. Practice is wrapped up. A little bit of static going on, it seems, at least on our end. I'm not sure if they're hearing that as well. Aha. It's my mic. Battery.
Turn it back on. Okay, there you go.
Okay, we had some. It was my mic.
Well, probably needs. Are you done with that so I can get this done?
We are off and running now. Getting to begin the quarterfinals. Any specific matchups that are interesting to you?
Wiesendanger and Crocker. Wiesendanger's doubles partner usually is Richard Crocker. Pettit and Rothove. These two guys are quiet. They can do some damage. Slocum and Points. I think that's the big one there that I look at.
That'll be on lanes 9 and 10 on the other side, but we'll keep updated on that. Meanwhile, Bergenrader with a big split in his first frame. He'll end up with an open to open up this quarterfinal. Bergenrader against John Schaefer. Schaefer up now in the first. A light strike from Schaefer. So he immediately has at least a 10-pin lead. With fewer bowlers now bowling, it's gotten a lot quieter here in the house.
I'm just putting JW. I'm not going to try to type out Wiesendanger. Everyone know who JW is, so that's what he's getting put down as.
Schaefer couldn't take advantage of the open, just leaves the 4-pin on lane 19. If he picks that up, he'll have an 11-pin lead. John Shaw, 21, gets his spare against Danny Bradley Sr. Well, on 17, Crockett picks up his spare, so he's got 20 in the first. Just on the 4 pairs that we are closest to, no one has started out with a double yet. Danny Bradley Sr. can change that on lane 22. Oh, the messenger did not carry the 10-pin. So it looks like 20 in the first is about par for the course so far. Actually, we do have one triple. John Shaw comes up light again. Or actually, that's John Crocker. And Jerry Wiesendanger does have a turkey to open up the match against him. Again, 1 game match play to get down to the semifinals. Actually,
and real
to get to the
quickly, there's
quarterfinals, I'm sorry.
Here's your bracket on who's
All
where
right.
and everything, and we'll get that switched over here
So
as
quick
soon as
typing.
we can. But we'll keep that updated.
Doug Raiders recovered from his open first frame with a double.
Guess it's time to get new batteries.
It's getting that time.
Hey, they've lasted pretty well, so I thought about bringing some new ones, and I forgot. So
Wiesendanger with 4 in a row now.
I'll run down to the low end real quick. Hopefully, I don't blank out on you.
You need to take.
And we'll do a quick
Got it.
update.
John Shaw with a flat 10-pin on lane 22.
Looks like Braden starting with the front 4. Double spare strike for Pritz. Slocum with a spare. And then 3-bagger. Steve Points with a 3-bagger on 9 of 10. Scott Eaton up on the right lane with a strike spare, looking at the 10-pin. Gordon with a double spare. Mark Pettit with a 3-bagger. Kevin Rothov with a open double.
Starting to get close to out of range again
Rhodes
here.
with a 3-bagger leaves a 7-pin. Snyder has 2 spares, a strike, and a spare. And you can see
John Shaw not getting the carry. He's left 2 flat 7 pins in a row against Danny Bradley. Doug Hergenrader after his open now with 3 in a row, and he's taken a lead over John Schaefer. Looks like it's the mic battery that is conking out on us here. Meanwhile, Hergenrader with 3 in a row, taking a 10-pin lead over John Schaefer, up in the 5th. And another strike there. So now a 20-pin lead over John Schaefer. Danny Bradley with a strike on 22. And the screen, I see you're seeing the other side of the house than where we are here. We'll get that switched over. John Schaefer back on it with a strike, so down now by 10 to Doug Hergenrader. John Crockett with the 2-8-10. In a one-game match play, just again, as we were mentioning, just one frame can really make it an uphill climb from there. John Schaefer lofts it out, comes up high, but gets out of the split, leaving the 4-pin. John Shaw is struggling here. He left 2 flat 7, so he adjusted a little bit, came up high, and left a Greek church on 21 and 22. Danny Bradley takes control of that match. John Schaefer picks up his spare on 19.
And we're back.
And you join us. Doug Hergenrader opened in the first frame, but has come back with 4 in a row to take the lead on John Schaefer while you were gone. And John Shaw here has really struggled the last couple frames. Danny Bradley taking control there. And meanwhile, we have the front 6 on lane 17 and 18.
J-Dub. I think he's carrying now.
It's looking a little better. And then Hergenrader with another strike.
And I called what Hergenrader was throwing. He's throwing the gold label.
You had it figured out.
His 2 go-to balls when he's here. It looks like the first 2 balls that goes in his bag is going to be both negative shifted, gold label and wine UDOT, or wine hustle. Wine UDOT, how far does that date me?
Anything with a dot in its name usually means it's been around a while.
The prettiest dot they came out with was the U2. They had the black and they had the blue pearl.
Mm-hmm.
That one was nice. I wish I could have a gold dot back.
Little high for Doug Hergenrader, leaves the 8. And John Shaw just kind of running out the string here. He's left yet another flat 7-pin. He picked it up, but Danny Bradley in control of that match now.
And Wiesendanger gets the rollout. He gets the front 7. You know, if there's one guy in history that's good at the rollout, Wiesendanger.
It worked there.
That's what he does.
So now Hergenrader with 148 in the 6th with a spare up. He has a 20-pin lead over John Schaefer. Another strike from Danny Bradley.
Oh, John Crocker's ball just bolted
It
on him.
really dived on him, didn't it? Schaefer leaves a 10-pin, so he'll be 21 down now against Hergenrader.
So I would say Bradley's looking pretty good. Hergenrader's looking pretty good. Wiesendanger's looking pretty good. We'll check him out over here. And Kevin Rothlev just went 8 out on a 4-9. So Mark Pettit's looking pretty good. Schneider with a double in the 7th.
Meanwhile, Wiesenbanger with a big split after his front 7. But he's still in real good control of that match. He's up by some 50-some pins. Schaefer the strike against Hergenrader, again down by 21, so he'll need to pick it up here or get some help.
Looks like Moats can strike out 259. Schneider can strike out 248.
Another strike from
Moats on the
Hergenrader.
advantage on that one. Looking over at Gordon and Eaton. Looks like Gordon has the advantage on that one. With Slocum and Points, the one that I was pretty interested in. Points has the front 8 with a spare in the 7th. Slocum, spare 3-bagger, spare double 8. And then Don Breeden over here with David Pritz. Looks like 69.
Hergenrader gets that one much farther outside, comes back in nice for a strike.
247 for David Pritz, so that would be a big upset. That's a 116. So Breeden needs to double. And he blows the can opener up. One more, and Breeden's going to advance.
For Schaefer to have any chance here, he needs to strike here in the 10th.
Breeden walking up in the 11th. And that's going to be a win for Breeden. Number 1 seed continues on. And I think I'm going to go ahead and pencil in Gordon for the win. He's running a 3-bagger. And Eaton has 113 in the 7th, working on a strike in the 8th. So we're going to pencil in Gordon. Points. I think Points is going to go ahead and win his. He has a double looking at 279. The best that Slocum can do is 247 if he sheets. Yeah, wrap 10 for Slocum. So Points is going to move on. And I think we can pencil in Pettit. Yeah, pencil in Pettit. Schneider on his strike can go 27, but Moats on the sheet can go 250. So he just needs to stay clean, and Moats is going to move on.
That's going to give us our final 8.
Wiesendanger is going to move on. Yep, give Moats the win on that one.
Really, for where we were, not entirely the most competitive matches here in this next round.
No, and a lot of those I was calling early.
Yeah, and down here as well. So we've got our final 8 set. We've just kind of finishing out the string here. In your quarterfinals now, we're going to have Don Breeden against Martin Gordon. They'll be bowling on lanes 9 and 10. Steve Points will be bowling against Mark Pettit. They'll be on 7 and 8. Sorry for giving those out of order. But then Ryan Moats and Doug Hergenrader on 11 and 12. And Jerry Wiesendanger against Danny Bradley on 13 and 14. So these will be a little more centered and not quite right in front of us here, but we'll be able to get the cameras on for you. Hergenrader started with an open in the first, but then a lot of strikes and ended up with a 237. Beating John Schaefer 237 to 216. And Danny Bradley has been hot. He has 7 in a row now after starting strike spare. And he'll come up in the 10th with a chance to get to a 280. And John Shaw did not have any carry at all. He left at least 3 7-pins and a 9-pin. And then had a big split in between when he was adjusting and wrapped up with a 175. So Danny Bradley on to the quarterfinals. Let's just see if he can get his 280. Another strike in the 10th. We're getting the graphics updated for you here. And we'll have that bracket on the screen for you here in just a minute. Nine in a row now for Danny Bradley. With a strike here, he'll have the highest game of this next round, the 4th round. And we'll get down to 8. They will move lanes. I do not believe they'll get... Will they get any practice shots, do you think? Maybe 1 or 2 on each lane? Or are they just going to go right at it? So a 279 for Danny Bradley. And that wraps up the last match of the 4th round.
How good is that? Bang.
There it is. Look at that. I tap danced just long enough for you to... Now, your mic is not working yet.
Now it is.
There, now it is.
You mean that on switch works?
Funny thing there.
It's
details.
Technology is amazing, isn't it?
So you were able to get the graphics updated with the bracket, and it looks sharp.
In fact, I am going to... In fact, we'll take it... You want to keep talking? I'm going to put the banners... Well, I don't know if he's got all the banners up or not.
He's got one up. He's working on it.
I'll get that one put out as soon as I get that done. But yeah, there's our next one. Now you see all the lanes. The only one that's going to be hard to see is Points and Pettit.
I'd mentioned they are not in front of us here, and we're going to kind of have to lean a little bit, but...
we're going to have to go down there.
I think we can do that, though.
Because it'd be easier to hear each other that way.
For sure. Yeah, we can both go down there.
I may have to get me a bigger... I don't know, because have you seen these new computers? They're about 4 inches square, about 2 inches deep.
Really?
Yep.
I'd lose it. I'd lose mine so fast.
Let me show it to you. I ordered one off Amazon, and the thing works great.
Also on 7 and 8, Steve Points will go Mark Pettit. And 13 and 14.
So we have 3 more games to go before we have a champion. That means we'll be done here.
You get down to
before 1 o'clock.
Assigned pair, you guys will get
I'm okay with that.
2 balls on each
I got to call
lane,
AAA.
and both will score.
Or probably find the jack in the back of my car. I know I've got one there somewhere.
I've ordered too much stuff. I can't even go back that far. Here. I get it here.
And the food from the snack bar here is starting to smell really good.
It's always good.
What in the world? Huh.
And I have the one that I purchased is something like that. I only paid like 2.5. It
Mhm.
works fantastic. You can get gaming ones like this up here for like 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, because if I could take this monstrosity away and I have it in a box like that,
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
gaming with the graphics card and everything,
That'd be amazing. Make your job a lot easier in setting everything up.
So yeah.
Should we wander down a little bit?
Yep. So here's a situation. Move that there. We don't have to worry about doing that because we have all the scores
We
there.
got them right there.
So
We will go mobile.
yeah, we can head down there. Hopefully the batteries on that thing.
Say,
last-
hopefully we stay on. We won't have headphones, so we'll just
Yeah, we won't
we'll
know.
trust that we stay on.
Yeah. So the one that I'm interested in, let's see, the one God, all these are pretty good. Gordon can get on a string. Breeden scoring. Breeden is back. We'll just put it that way. Danny Bradley is really kicking up a storm, but when Wiesendanger gets going with his carry, he does well. Hergenrader's just Hergenrader. Yeah. In fact, I had it posted on the screen before Bradley threw the last ball. How good am I? So I don't even know who to. I guess if I had to pick winners, I'd have to give nudges to Bradley, Hergenrader, Breeden. God, I got to say points. I got to say those are my 4 nods, just for the simple fact. All right, good seeing you, man. So I made my predictions on the 4, just for and I got to go with the hot hands. I think I'm going to come out ahead if I was going to bet. I've got to go Bradley the way Bradley's been throwing the ball.
He is hot.
But Wiesendanger,
He started with
he can get on the string.
and then you've got Hergenrader.
Hergenrader throwing his negative shift stuff. That's just what he does. And once he gets on the string, he's pretty dangerous. Ooh! As soon as thanks, Doug.
That was a jinx right
and
there.
And then Breeden is just Breeden. He's back. And I've got to give a nod to Steve Points, but you know, I've seen Pettit go on strings where you really don't notice it, and you look up and going, oh my, look what he's doing.
Bradley Wiesendanger should be a great match with as hot as they both were in that first game of match play.
Well, I think Wiesendanger goes 260, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And Bradley with a 279.
And then after this, we'll have to take this camera and move it over because we'll have 15 and 16. Bang. That's
It's a
that
mixer.
Yep, and that's that open pocket. I was telling you about that.
Working head pin.
Mark Baker talks about on his video that they just open a pocket with
That's
that wide
a
angle.
working head pin. It hits
But
the.
it's high risk, high reward.
You bet.
Ooh, and Breeden goes 4-7. Breeden, I think Breeden's here more talented on hand release and speed. If he needs to, he can get some speed behind it.
Remember, right in the last round, Hergenrader opened with a
He,
opened the
yeah,
first
he had
frame,
the
and then
7-9 standing there for a second.
yes, the 9 went down. So he started slow last match. Breeden with an open.
Oh. Yeah, wow. Jerry turns around, just looks away, goes, wow. What else are you going to say? I wish there was a way to get 7 and 8 just a little
So
bit
Breeden,
better.
after
but it's
leaving it
just
open, in this last
not
frame
really
comes up with a
possible.
bucket here in the second.
In fact, Points and Pettit just now getting started. So they're going to be a couple frames behind. Breeden leaves a dinner bucket after the. Did he open?
Breeden going against
He did.
Martin
He
Gordon
opened
again.
on the 4-7.
And Gordon with a strike in the first, so he on the bench.
I
He's
didn't
taken
see
a pretty
that Breeden
decent lead
opened
already.
on the 4-7.
Yeah, he missed it. He wrapped the 4 around the 7, but then he gets the bucket
So
to
now
save
he's
a totally horrible start.
So now he's going high light. He goes high with a 4-7, and then light with a bucket. You got to feel when you're bowling Bradley, if you miss early,
You're
in
playing
trouble.
catch up. You're playing catch up the rest of the game. Here he comes here in the third.
and we're not talking just an open. We're talking if you even a wrap
well,
pin
that's
or
the
stone
spare.
eight,
That's right.
you're-
He's 20 down all of a sudden.
Yeah. And Jerry threw a good ball on that stone 7.
Yep.
Looks like Hergenrader got adjusted.
So Bradley up by 10 can take a 20-pin lead now. Didn't quite get the
He
pin
needs
action.
to be happy with that one.
That could have been a bucket right there.
That could have been a 210, 2-8-10.
2-8-10, yeah, a lot of bad things.
Gordon goes 6-pin. And if you're bowling Breeden and he goes open spare, you better have a 3-bagger
Take advantage
out
of
the
it.
door.
Yeah, you bet.
Because you're not going to get many chances like that.
Bradley gets his spare, so he is up by 9. Wiesendanger can take the lead here. Actually, he's up by 19. But this will cut it to 9. Oh, no, look out. Nope, came up
Jerry
high.
Got short with that one. Yeah, I mean, he's making that motion. He didn't get it down lane to extend
Right.
it, and he short armed it just a little bit.
And he pulled his spare. Oh, and he got some rail action to pick it up. There.
And Breen gets back on it. Moats with a 3-bagger.
So he's
That's
20
a
up
better
on
ball.
Hergenrader now.
That's a better ball.
Flips it off
He
for good
makes that,
measure.
"What the?"
Don't know if the middle finger was up at it.
I've-
In thought it was.
I've known that guy for 40 years. Some things never change.
Lefty in there for another.
Moats front 4.
4 in a row.
That could be an upset.
He is 30 up now on Hergenrader.
The memo has been sent.
Meanwhile, Danny Bradley with another strike back on it.
Bradley just does Bradley things. And come down here and check out Pettit and Points. Gordon with a strike, 2 spares and a strike. Breeden, open spare double.
Hergenrader cuts it to 20.
Oh, ugly 9-pin by Pettit. Pin comes back and misses it. That's going to give him a strike, spare, strike, spare. Points with a 3-bagger. And Gordon gets the carry.
Danny Bradley with another strike. Up 29 now on Wiesendanger. Wiesendanger wants to get off the Dutch 200 track.
In the words of Nelson Burton Jr., it would behoove Jerry to double right here.
Looks a little better
That's
shot.
better.
There you go.
The only thing is, knowing his role, it's almost not quite pushing through. It's
It
getting
was
there.
not flush. You didn't see 10 in the pit right away. There was,
You
needed a little bit more work.
With the markings on the ball, you could tell it didn't quite tip enough. Moats finally breaks a string after the 4-bagger. There you go. Now you can
That
see the
looked
difference
better.
in those two.
That looked a lot better.
Yeah. A pinch high, but you could see that ball reading down lane a little bit more. Looks like there might be a little bit of push on 14 then.
So now Hergenrader can get back in it now. Well, I guess he's not up yet. Moats with one more.
Now the fact that Moats broke his string, that's going to help him out a little bit. Breeden working on what he had, the split conversion.
That light hit again from Bradley.
It works. Yep. He gets that wide angle. If he gets it back up there, it's...
And Moats back on at the strike.
Moats could be the cog that kind of says, "Oh, really? You guys didn't say anything about me this week."
Not at all.
Pettit with a solid shot.
Hergenrader with a little bit of an opening now since Moats did not get a strike.
So Gordon with a strike, 2 spares and a double.
Bradley did not get away with that light shot. Left the 2-8. A little too light.
Point
Hergenrader
starts
pulls
off
it,
with a
comes up
front
at the
5.
2-4.
Points opening up with the front 5. So it looks like he kind of corrected what was ailing him yesterday.
Look out. Bradley's opened it up now for Wiesendanger.
Yeah, that's
185 in the eighth.
That's all it takes is one.
Means with a strike, Wiesendanger can take the lead.
2 bad balls doesn't equal
No,
ever
one
equal
good.
anything
No.
positive.
Big shot here for Wiesendanger. He can take the lead.
Yep. There it goes. There it goes. That's better.
And just like that.
I can just see the different roll between those two on the right lane.
So Wiesendanger with a 4-bagger after starting strike, spare, strike, spare.
Points on the front 5.
Came up really high there.
That didn't sound good. I see the
I
4-7. but it sounded like there might have been
mystery if
more
there's
in
a
there.
10 pin there or not. We can't see from our angle.
Have you seen the video where Francois Lavaux had his back toward the pins and he was guessing what was left just by the sound of the pins? Oh, my goodness.
Look out.
So he's going to go 7 and 9 pin.
Mm.
So 80, well, but here's the thing, Jer. 89 in the 8th.
He is up by
to
4.
185 in the 5th.
Well, 189 if he picks this up in the 8th to 185.
But that carrying that 9 would
Right. Oh, that would have given him
that
a
or the 7th
cushion, yeah.
right now.
So picks this
Bergenreiter
up and
with
he'll
the
be up by
split.
4.
That be a huge door for Moats.
He's up by.
Because Moats goes the front 4, spare, strike in the 6th.
No matter what Bradley does here, he
Oh,
can't
and
lock
the
him out. Oh, well, look at that
conversion by
spare.
Hergenreiter.
Bradley's going to finish here in the 9th and 10th. He can have a 245, but he can't lock out Wiesendanger. Who can. Actually, he can because 239 is the best Wiesendanger can do. Oh, came up high.
So Bradley with the 310 ends up being huge. Gordon
Moats also.
a 4-bagger, and Braden's just not able to get this lane down. And the spare by Bradley is huge.
The baby split. Down by 4, entering the 10th.
Points with a 30, almost a 40-pin lead over Pettit. How huge is that spare by Bradley?
It picks up the baby split. Trailing by 4 here, entering the 10th.
Pettit needs to keep going
And missed
to give him a
7
chance,
pin.
but Points looks like he's on his game.
Must strike. There you go.
Well, Bradley gets to set the pace.
So if he strikes here, he'll force Wiesendanger to double himself.
Most with the 7. So on the sheet, on the spare for Moats, 247, 236 for Doug. So there's no let up right now for Moats, especially when you're bowling Hergenreiter.
Right. Want to get as far ahead as you can, but here's Bradley here on 13, needing a strike to force to force. Oh, so
And
now
points with his
Wiesendanger
strike.
just needs to fill up the frame now. The
So on
spare will end
is
up with 225.
So he
Good
just
count and
need
spare.
Mark, yeah, good count spare.
Mark and yep. Tough break there.
So that means out of the 4 that I picked, only one's going to be moving on possibly.
Don't tell them any of that.
Yeah. Yeah, breeding's done.
Dave Bradley wraps up with a 225. Wiesendanger just needing good count, a mark, and good count. Now he can lose 3 pins of count. And Hergenrader needs to strike here himself.
He can't miss.
He's down by 23.
Oh,
Gets
late
a break.
tap on the 10. And points.
Down by 22.
I'm gonna pencil in points now. He just walked in double. He can go to 79.
And that'll do it.
That can
for
open.
Wiesendanger.
That moves on.
Actually, he needs a few pins. He needs 7 pins and 2 balls.
And he was having problems carrying yesterday.
Yep. Hergenrader has to strike here.
Yep. Looks like he
He's
changed
been playing a
to
little
the,
wider the last couple games than he was
changed to his
earlier.
wine hustle.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Playing quite a bit wider.
And evidently the gold label.
Oh, there's the 7
You're-
exactly
you're-
that he
you're
needed.
okay, J-Dub. You're okay, man.
Whew. Wiesendanger needed 7, he got 7.
You're okay, man. All right, you stay here. I'm gonna go get
Time
the,
to update some
bracket
graphics.
filled up.
Moat's leaving the door slightly open here, leaving the 6-10 on lane 12 for a 236. And Hergenrader, if he 30, we could have a tie. Moat's going cross lane for the spare. Gets it. So he's 186 in the 8th. Spare up in the 9th. Again, he can strike out now for a 236. And Raider on the 136 in the 7th. The double, he can strike out for a 236. So here we go in the 10th. Moat's in there for the strike. Gets the carry on the 7-pin for his first ball in the 10th. We could have a tie. Came up light. Left the 3-5, and that extra pin account could hurt as well. He'll end up with a 2-6. So Hergenrader can, will need 2 strikes. Meanwhile, Martin Gordon with just got 206 to 203, I believe. Needed spare in the 10th and left an open. It looks like Scott Eaton will advance there. Here comes up Hergenrader in the 10th. He needs 2 strikes to win. Hergenrader in the 10th, needing a strike. Whew, that one was coming hot and heavy there at the end, but it did carry. Needs one more strike. He was down more than 20 early on. There's really nothing that Moats did. He filled up the frames, but strike for the win. Look at that carry. 9-pin, the last one to fall.
Must have been that extra negative shift on.
Look at that. So as high and tight as the first strike was, that one quite a bit wider out. Got the carry. The 10-pin fell, then the 9-pin fell. And Hergenrader, keeping this on the lane, will advance to the next round, to the semifinals. That'll do it. 236, 226. Doug Hergenrader advances over Ryan Moats. We are down to our final four.
All right, that concludes the round of 8. And your winners moving on. Don Breeden defeated Mark 3. Doug Hergenrader defeated Ryan Moats 236 to 226. They will be on 15 and 16. And Don Breeden will have lane choice. Bracket. Steve Points defeated Mark Pettit 257-229. And Jerry Weisendanger defeated Danny Bradley 228 to 225. That pair will be on 17 and 18. And 6. And Jerry has lane choice there. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. Move some cameras down and we'll get set. And so we'll shoot at noon to start the top 4, the two remaining matches.
So we've got a break here. Are we going to take a break ourselves?
Yeah, we're taking a break.
Let's do that.
Moved over.
Get the camera moved. We'll get set up for the semifinals. And we are down to the final 4.
Ryan Ragland, AVZ, back with you at. What am I doing here? Oh, that's what I'm doing. At Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. We are in the semifinal match of the 26th Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational, and there you have it, the Final Four. Don Breeden taking on Doug Hergenrader, two really, really good friends. Steve Points taking on Jerry Wiesendanger on 17-18. We're going to have coverage on both of them. There's going to be a lot of flipping back and forth, so that's going to be fun.
Well, here we are, the Final Four, and I'm not going to say the usual suspects, but certainly not entirely a couple of surprises, but a couple that you would expect.
I would say usual suspects. Jerry was top. Now, usual suspects as in qualifying last year.
Yes.
But if you take a look at, well, if someone wouldn't have had a flat tire.
Well, yeah, the info's in the car, but
off the points, these are
all
four of these are top 10.
You bet.
Breeden is just Breeden. Top points for the year. Doug Hergenrader, I think he's won 2 or 3. Steve Points has had a little bit of a down year. He's made a couple. He hasn't won one this year. Wiesendanger got his first singles at Revolutions earlier this year. So,
of the three, I know that I talked to Steve a little bit, and you had mentioned you talked with him earlier about yesterday not being his day for sure. He qualified 28th out of the 36 to get into the pod play today, but he has really since then all day today has been on and has moved right through.
Yeah, Hergenrader doesn't carry the 9 on his second shot in the 10th. He doesn't make it. If Wiesendanger got lucky with his stone 9 and 7 to be able to make it through, and then Bradley, he makes the 310, doesn't finish in the 10th because he was down 4, but he could have forced Jerry
him to double.
Didn't do it. Breeden comes from way behind when Gordon splits in the 10th, and Points just rolls over Pettit.
Well, Hergenrader was down in both of his matches here in the bracket play. He was down 20 in the first, more than 20 to John Schaefer, and came back. He opened in both first frames, in the first frame of round 3 and round 4, and then had to come from behind in each of those open frames again in the first frame of both matches, and so he did get by John Schaefer and then Ryan Motes, and now against Breeden here for the semifinals.
Now, granted, we're going to have a little bit of a different camera angle on both of these, but I will say I went and bought some more cords because I thought I was going to need them. Ended up didn't need them, and then found out a way how I could have an extra camera out of the way and eliminate all the cords. So I'm kind of proud of myself how it turned out.
Well, when you're in a bowling center, the fewer the cords, the better.
Oh my God,
for sure.
Yeah, and but huge thanks to everyone here at.
They've been very accommodating.
I forgot. I was hoping the batteries that I had was going to last. They didn't. I didn't grab any. That's on me. She got us a couple. Everything's working fine.
I'm going to have to talk to you about my phone battery in AAA here before long. I can go.
I actually, you know what? It's a Droid, right?
It is.
I will be right back.
Hey, you're going to make me talk for a little bit. Well, while we're stalling here before these semifinals start again, we're down to the Final Four. They are giving the bowlers 5 minutes of practice each. There was a little bit of a gap between the quarterfinals and the semifinals here to come to get the cameras moved around and set up as we could here for the semifinals and finals that are ahead. And so might take a couple minutes just to re-loosen up again after about a 15-minute break or so. I know I need that extra time after sitting. And in the first couple shots of practice, even I saw a couple of yanks and came up for splits. But I think they'll all get the kinks worked out once again here. And seeing some pretty good pocket shots here as we now have 2 minutes left to wrap up. And my savior with the charger.
And it's a rapid charge.
Thank you, Ryan. Karaoke, that's right. We are doing karaoke. The one karaoke song I can do, this gets back to 80s music again.
Travis Tritt's TROUBLE.
Oh, no.
Later on, Kevin.
We are talking Devo's Whip It. That is my
Whip it good.
That is my go-to. That's exactly it. I was saying with the break that we had, and now the bowlers needing a couple minutes to re-loosen up a little bit, that was a little bit of a wait to get set up. And the first couple shots were pulled by a couple of them and came up high for splits, but I think they're ready to go again.
Yeah, it's
at our age, as I can say that now, it takes a little. I mean, even that little short rest break can tighten you up a little bit.
I hate it when I stand up, get going, and everything. I've had a knot in the small of my back for like a month, and it's one of those where it feels like you just twist and go, and you're like, oh, okay, that's good. It won't do it.
I might be a super senior now, but I'm not yet to Medicaid. I'm waiting for that for a new hip. How awful is that?
I stand up and I get loose, and then I sit down for like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, jeez.
We're getting old.
Nope.
We're getting old.
No, not happening.
Definitely not in the brain.
No,
still.
Not happening. So we're going to be doing a lot of flipping back and forth since we have 2 matches and 2 cameras. And then we're going to have a little bit of a break. We're going to move the camera that's on with Don and Doug and get that moved over.
To right in front of us here where the finals will be.
And then
the finals on 19
we'll get
and
the
20.
screens and everything set up. And 19 and 20 has only had 6.
It was
6,
used
8 games.
Yeah, not as many.
It's only had 8 games on it, so
we had the pool play where there were 6 games, and then
we had
it
one
was
match game.
Not one match game, 7 and 8. So those will be about as fresh as you can get.
All right, they are ready to go. So we'll have to.
So again, we have Don Breeden and Doug Hergenrader on 15 and 16, and then Steve Points and Jerry Wiesendanger on 17 and 18.
You know, I think that might have been the first time I met Don's wife.
She's very nice.
She's very cool.
She watched yesterday. She was a
but-
viewer yesterday.
But we got bumped by the Queens.
I know it.
I'm like,
Queens
okay,
tournament on
that's okay.
also.
That's all right. So I'm trying to see who's going to go up. I guess Doug's going to go first.
Be able to get back home in time to watch some college softball this afternoon. The
ESPN.
final 8, the World Series 8 teams will be determined today, unless there's
Man,
another.
KU had a chance.
They did. They boy, that's too bad.
But if they won, they would have to take on Oklahoma.
Who wants that? All right, Hergenrader starts his match off with a strike. Nebraska might make the final 8. They are playing at home and have not lost yet, so they just need to win once today, and they'll be in the College World Series in Oklahoma City. Boy, that'll be something. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
I want to go and
that'd
see.
That'd be fun.
Oh my God,
that would be a lot of fun to see.
I think is that next weekend?
It starts next week. Yes.
Memorial Day weekend. I
you
just might take a roadie down there.
Tickets could be hard to get.
It's a bucket list. It's a definite bucket list for me. I played fast pitch.
Oh, did you?
Oh
Okay.
my God. Give me fast pitch any day over slow pitch.
Yeah.
Don't even.
Yeah. Back in the day, there used to be so many fast pitch leagues. It was so much fun to watch. When I was a kid, I would watch them. Bucket there. Came up light.
I'm trying to keep this.
There's Don Breeden in his second frame. That came up light, but gets the carry. Wiesendanger for his spare gets across. Times when you get toward the semifinals of a tournament and you have to go cross lane at a spare, it can be a little tricky. You're not
Yeah.
sure exactly
Needless
how much
to
room
say,
to give.
Yeah, needless to say, my spare shooting was atrocious in Reno, so
Ouch.
that's something I got to work on.
So Hergenrader matches Breeden. They both have doubles.
Now, Don and Doug have a deal that goes on that if they can't meet in the finals here, but if they meet in the finals,
Okay, they've got an arrangement.
they split.
Just out for the fun then.
Wow, they're two really, really good friends, and
And they meet here in the semifinals.
yeah.
Hergenrader going for a 3-bagger to start the match, and
That didn't
it
look
didn't
good.
sound very good either.
There's
No, you got the
4-7.
4-7 there. Wiesendanger picks up his spare. Left a flat 10-pin.
I wish I just had an A/B switches.
That'd make it a lot easier, wouldn't it?
I haven't found one. All the A/B switches that I found, they when they transition, they black out, and
Look out.
they don't just transition like this.
That was almost a chop there from
Yeah.
Hergenrader, but he does get the spare.
So needless to say, that's on my bucket list to
That
find.
would definitely be on the shopping cart, in the shopping cart when you can get it.
Bang. I may, and highly considering, may sell this computer
Mm-hmm.
and get one of those mini ones.
Little ones, yeah, that would make hauling around a lot easier. Breeden with the strike.
Breeden does what Breeden does.
So he'll have a 12-pin lead now. Steve points up by 1, can make it 11. Boy, he got away with it a little bit there. Came up a little high, gets the trip of the 6-pin, and he has an 11-pin lead now over Wiesendanger. Breeden with the first 3.
Oh, 5 goes in
Look
front of the 7.
at that, the 7-10.
Gotta hurry. There's no friction there, Jay.
Be happy with the 9-count there.
Yeah, but it's
Almost left another bucket.
the way I look at it. He needs to get right a little bit. There's
Yeah, he just motioned himself.
the friction he saw on 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Or on 15 and 16 isn't there.
He does get the spare.
So Breeden goes 9 out.
See if Hergenrader can take advantage of that. Back to that tighter shot again a little bit. A little lost right now.
Yeah, he did not throw that one well.
Comes up with the 3-6-10 on
Well,
lane 17.
I'm looking at him, and he's moving his feet like he's moving left. I'm like, no, dude.
Other way,
Yeah,
the other left.
just move your eyes right.
Mm-hmm.
Just move your eyes a couple boards and find some friction.
So Hergenrader takes advantage of Breeden's open with
Uh-oh.
2 strikes there. That comes
Uh-oh.
up high. Oh,
I saw that one over here. We're sitting behind 19 and 20, and I saw that over here. That's
but
a
that
break.
Well, yeah, you bet. Points is on a double anyway. An open there would have really widened the gap. See how Breeden responds after his 7-10 he left last frame.
Smash. That ball started running hard on points.
Looked like he
and I forgot to switch it
a
over.
A little farther outside than what he'd thrown the last couple, but he did
Yeah,
get away with no split in just the 6-10.
Show you what Steve left. I apologize. I didn't get that switched over.
There you go. After the open, a double. So Doug was 68 in the third. Actually 58 in the third and a double up.
You can see that?
Not well. If I squint really
good. I was asking.
But he is leading in that match, and another strike there. He's really taking advantage of the opening he got there when Breeden got unlucky with the 7-10. Points up by 13 here in the fifth. Gets a strike. So we'll hold that 13-pin lead. For as lost as Wiesendanger's been, he hasn't really fallen out of it. He's gotten those spares. Points hasn't been stringing him. And there's another strike from Hergenrader. Now at the 4-bagger. A lot better shot there. So Wiesendanger can cut his deficit to 3 here with a strike. It looks like Breeden's just going to have to keep striking here to keep up with Hergenrader. Hergenrader working from the lead for the first time in a couple matches.
Yeah,
he has been behind. And this to cut to 3, and he does.
That's the Wiesendanger shot there.
So Steve points up by 3 as he enters the 5th frame. Actually, the 6th frame. Comes up a little high, leaves the 4-pin. Points up in the 6th, up by 3.
Didn't quite get through the pins.
Breeden with a spare. But he'll need more than spares here.
Yeah, he was needing that one. Especially with Doug working on a 4-bagger.
Points picks up the important 7-pin. Points now up here in the 7th frame, up by 3.
Well, Jerry working on a double. I was going to say he could use another spare by points, but that's not going to happen.
Well, Jerry can take the lead here.
But if he can double here and points not strike on the next one, that helps us cause that a little bit.
Down by 3, can go up by 7 if he can strike here. Really tight shot.
Good
Really
Lord.
tight 9-pin.
And that's, yeah, when you're playing it that tight and he's throwing a big core ball and that big core controls it, when it hits that high, you've got to, and I apologize, I didn't get it switched over, but Jerry goes 9-pin.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Hergenrader.
Ditches the 7-pin. So we've got a match again. Let's go look to see exactly what the score is.
You do that.
With that open by Hergenrader, we now have a tie. Hergenrader 185 in the 8th with that open. Breeden with 165 in the 7th and a spare. Both matches have tightened up. Leaves the 4-pin.
And Jerry got lucky. That ball held on for him just enough. Now Steve Points is really looking to get that double after those 2 spares by Jerry.
He comes back up leading by 5, which is a lot better than he thought he might be.
And the spare by Doug.
Slams that one in.
Yeah, that one fed in just a lot
So
better
give
than
him
that last one.
15-point lead now, and this can push it to 25. Don Breeden here. Oh. Leaves the 10-pin, giving Hergenrader a lead by 1. Pin 185 to 184. Points can really take control here with another strike. Look out. Oh, just Messenger rolling on by.
Well, that was a break that Jerry needed.
Buddy.
223 for Jerry. And on the spare, 225.
Points can get out for 227.
220. Yeah, my bad.
And Wiesendanger can punch out for a 223. But he definitely needs a strike here in the 9th foundation frame.
I was
Throw
going to
it
say, when he falls off to the right and starts walking, he knew he got that one right.
Big shot here for Breeden. And he threw it light, but gets away with most of it, but still leaves.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
No.
He didn't like that one early.
Jerry gets his spare. So he'll come up in the 10th, trailing by 5. And Breeden can strike out for a 223. Which will force Hergenrader to mark. And another light shot from Jerry. That count hurt as well.
I still say he was too far right. Me personally, knowing his game, I think he would have been better off if he moved right and got a little bit more firm and found some friction.
Pin count's going to be important here for Breeden here, filling his spare ball up in the 10th. Okay, well, he gets the 10. He wraps up with a 223. So Hergenrader comes up, if he gets 9 spare 9, we would have a tie. He needs a strike and 9. Or is that his 8th frame, right? I'm having trouble seeing.
Yeah, he's walking up in the 10th now.
Yeah. And gets a strike. That'll do it.
I didn't get that switched over.
He needs 9 pins now on 2 balls. So the way it looks now, well, we've got Steve Points who's going to advance. He just needs to stay behind the line here. Wiesendanger finishes up with a 198. I know not the way he wanted to go out after such a great weekend so far. Points gets what he needs. And Hergenrader here. Oh, look out. Ooh, that last pin fell. That helped a little bit. That last pin advances him to the final. So we've got a Doug Hergenrader, Steve Points final. As we wrap up the 10th year of this great senior tour. With the spare, 225, 223. Doug Hergenrader over Don Breeden. Here, updating the graphics as we speak. And Steve Points, if he picks this up, which we assume he will, there it is. 217, 198. Steve Points over Jerry Wiesendanger.
How about a hand for these guys? Both really great matches there, very close. Doug Hergenrader's going to move on, and he will go Steve Points. The championship and final game will be on 19 and 20. We need to take a minute here to put up some banners for our show, and then we'll start here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So let's say 12:40. We'll start with the final.
All right, assume you heard that there. About 10 minutes or so, with an expected start time of 12:40 for the finals. Got a little bit of camera maneuvering to take care of here so we get the best angle for the final. So from 36 bowlers yesterday to 24 to start out the day today. Or no, we had 36 this morning to 24 after a couple games, and then down to 16. And the brackets have filled up down to where we're down to 2. And the winner of this match will get $1,750. The runner-up will end up with a cool $1,000. 1750, right. The winner gets $1,750. The second place gets $1,000. We'll take a quick break and we'll move the camera. We'll get the set up for the finals of the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Invitational. Stay with us. It looks like things have been set up. We are about ready to roll once again. The finals of the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowling Tournament. The cameras are in place. The banners are up. They're going to get 3 minutes of practice. Our finalists, Doug Hergenrader and Steve Points. Should be fun. Again, Hergenrader getting to the finals here today. Survived his pod play. Qualified 7th for the 16 bowler bracket. Beat John Schaefer in the first match. Then defeated Ryan Motes in the second match. And Hergenrader coming from behind in both of those. He opened in the first frame of each of those first 2 bracket matches. And then against Don Breeden came down to the end, beat Breeden by 2 points, 2 pins, 225 to 223. On the other side, Steve Points has bowled really well today. A big contrast from yesterday. He qualified 28th out of the 36 bowlers yesterday, but came into pod play. And honestly, he qualified, but not all that great. He was 15th seeded out of the 16 that made the bracket, but he did beat Stephen Slocum in the first match, who had finished second or qualified second. Then points over Mark Pettit in the second quarterfinal round, and then getting by Jerry Wiesendanger in the semifinals. So it's Hergenrader and Points.
Now, I do realize I have the camera set up on the righty side, but that's only because I really didn't have anywhere to put it for the lefty side. So
okay. Being left-handed myself, I will not call it discrimination. It's just a
well,
technical
you can, but
issue.
it won't matter.
No, it's not going to matter very much. Just technical issues.
And we will have scores as soon as they get those up on the
telestrator there.
And then I'll be able to get that cropped in, ready to go.
Well, we're in the last 15 minutes of practice, so Hergenrader shooting one more time at a 7-pin.
And won't have to do the continuous back and forth and getting up to find out what scores are.
We're coasting in here to the end.
We're back to normal. This thing, I'm getting some new.
Practice is complete. Tournament director Dan down there. Getting the score set up. Tilted it. There you go.
Oh, no.
Well, that looks good.
You haven't seen nothing yet.
Okay.
Evidently, you forgot how I do this.
I remember, but
there we go.
There it is. Now you can go from there. We are off and running. It looks like Points is going to bowl first on the right. We've got the handshake, and no, Hergenrader is going to start first on the left. So he will start first on the left and finish last on the right.
What's going on? Oh.
Throws it out wide. It comes back and right in there, and a good start for Doug Hergenrader, again, who opened in his first frame 2 of the first 3 matches here of match play. Steve Points from Omaha, now bowling on the right lane.
And there you have scores.
Gets a little nudge on the 7-pin from the 4 and gets it out of the way.
We're going to be done before 1 o'clock.
Pretty amazing.
How nice is that?
So that's 1 win for the new format.
I like it.
1 win of
There-
many.
We did catch one little faux pas.
We aren't
that-
going to mention that.
no, but
no.
we'll get that corrected. But other than that, gone pretty good.
I think it's gone great.
Yeah.
I think it's a fun format.
I like it. Everyone comes back, and it goes pretty quick.
Mhm.
You're not bowling a ton of games. Six, 7, 8, 9
Whoa.
games today.
He did not like what was going on there. Held up. Kind of regroup for another shot at it. But yes, more bowlers with more chances. And I think that's what everybody wants.
And where's the sheet from the first pod? Because this was something I wanted to look at. So you have
Well, points was 28th getting into
Points was
today.
28
Yeah,
and
he
Hergen
struggled
Raider-
yesterday.
Hergen Raider was 7, so you have 7 and 28.
Points opens up with a double. And Hergen Raider responds with a double. Looks like he's a little more inside back once again.
Might be a little bit.
Not throwing it out quite as wide as he was there in a couple of the previous matches. But both finalists with doubles to start things off. Comes up a little high there at the 4-7. And that one looked like it did get farther outside and came back harder.
Well, and it's not surprising he's back to the his negative shift gold dot or gold label. That's going to have a little bit more mid-lane read with this pair only having 7 games thrown on it.
That's, again, the thing to remember, right?
Well, here's the thing. Let's see, 1920. All righties. And then the second pod, 1920, didn't have any lefties. So these are fresh. This is fresh left side. Because you didn't have any lefties on this during the in the match game.
Points comes up with a 7-pin as well.
Uh, 19 and 20. Yeah, Hergen Raider. So Hergen Raider bowled on it for the first round of match play. So it's only had 1 game on the pair.
Gets his spare, so he will go into the 4th frame with a 1-point lead, 1-pin lead.
We've talked so many different
I say points
sports.
because it's Steve points, and so yeah, but it's not points in bowling.
We
I know
can only
that.
handle 1 point.
I know
so-
that. Yeah, we have talked many different sports where there are points, there are runs. We never got to goals. We never talked soccer much.
Yeah, we don't.
We got the World Cup coming, though.
I'll be glad when that's done.
Points in the 4th with a nice strike.
To me, the best thing about having the World Cup here is all the road repair that's going on.
Listen, I come into Kansas City from the north
Yeah.
a few times a week, and you, while you can get in with struggles, you can't get out of town.
Yeah.
Coming back north, can't go across the Broadway Bridge. 169 is down to 1 lane. 435 is down to 1 lane. And Hergen Raider with a strike.
I think Hergenrader is happy to see a little bit more fronts.
But you notice here now that we're in the finals in just one match, how quiet it's gotten in here.
Except for us.
Except for us. Now we're trying to whisper.
We'll have to be like the broadcast and have the plexiglass in
That's
front
right.
of us.
The sneeze guard.
Yeah.
And a strike
That hit
there.
pretty hard.
Gives Hergenrader a 9-pin lead. The points can quickly fix here. Points here in the 5th.
Steve kind of
Right.
gave that one the business a little bit. Not only did he loft it, but you could just see him kind of getting around it just a little
Right
bit more
over the
solidly.
second arrow. Yeah, a little more force on it there.
He got a little bit more giddy up on
Mm-hmm. Kind of muscled that one in. So now points back in the lead. By a pin. He's got 69 in the third with a double. Hergenrader 68 in the third with a double.
it. And that one he got more forward with the roll. Where on the right lane, he got around it just a little bit more. So evidently,
Really high and tight. He got the
He's-
clip of the 10
yeah.
pin.
he's seeing he doesn't want to stay too far off it. So looks like he's trying to keep the speed the same, but he's trying to change the ball direction a little bit.
Mm-hmm. A little more inside than it had been earlier.
Well, he went right to left with that
You
one,
bet.
didn't he?
That swung out quite a bit. Back and forth we go. We're matching strikes. Both of them have gotten that
Yeah.
10 pin out of there late.
Well, and it looks like Doug is getting a little bit more, which shows to me that left lane might be hooking a little bit more with the fact that he's really keeping the speed up on it.
Well, you'd mentioned it, that even yesterday that this has always been a good house for lefties. And here we are in the finals with both of them left-handed.
John Shaw won the Invitational a couple of years ago, being a lefty. Yeah, he needs to step back and.
Yeah, something not really right there
It's
with
not
that one.
Yeah,
Rings
he
it
should have
7 pin.
stepped back and reset himself. I was going to say.
You watched that all the way down. So points now with 148 in the 6th, the spare in the 7th.
One of the few times a negative and a negative just went neutral. Didn't
Yes.
go positive. It was just neutral.
comes up in the 8th, trailing by 10 now.
Yeah, he's throwing that one harder, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Needed every bit of the speed with that as it was
he's
coming
getting
in.
more forward, harder on the left lane, lofting it, getting around it more on the right lane.
Any less speed on that would have been trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, Hergenrader comes up leading by 10. Can kind of take control of things here. Swings that one wide again. Look at that. Did not get the full mix on a 10-pin.
He's going to have a 9-pin lead. The only difference is he'll be working on a spare, and Points will be working on a strike. So
Points can shut him out if he strikes out. Cross lane for the 10. Leading by 9 for now, but again, as you mentioned, he's on a spare and Points is on a strike. Points can strike out for a 258. Hergenrader can strike out for a 257. Big foundation frame.
if you ever listen to Carolyn Doran Ballard talk about the 9th and 10th, she extends it out to the 8th.
Which makes sense.
Because if you can strike in the 8th and come up in the 9th,
Then you're, yeah.
Yeah, it even makes it bigger.
Important shot. Oh, look out. Mm.
And that's the hooking lane.
Yep. So Points will take the lead by sitting on the bench. Tough break there coming up high. Hergenrader with 2 gives him 2:01 in the 9th. Best he can do now is 2:31. A strike here and then a spare in the 10th would wrap it up for Steve
Points.
Points.
Got the look in Darren Mead. Darren Mead checking in. Didn't he get that ball from Hergenrader? Negative weight. Are you doing a
There is
match
no third
and
place.
fourth?
No.
No.
Sorry.
They
Sorry,
got,
we didn't see
they
that
got
earlier.
the same money. Help. That's all right. He'll take that one. 236, 231. He still controls his own destiny. Just get up there and double.
And that would be it. If he does not strike in the 10th, though, we still have a match. Okay, Steve comes up here with 188 in the 8th, a spare in the 9th.
He would really like
Leading
to
by
have had
7.
that in the 9th, not even have to worry
You
about
bet.
the 10th.
You don't want to the nerves for the 10th
I'm
frame.
pulling Doug Hergenrader, and I got a chance to put the clamps on, and I didn't show up in the 9th.
So Points with a double here. Points with a double here can lock out Hergenrader. Anything else, and there will be a chance. Tenth frame. In it comes, a little high.
He stayed firm with it.
Leaving the 6-pin. So Points can, if he gets his spare and gets a strike,
You go
have
27.
a 227. That would force a double and good count.
second count right now really doesn't
No.
do much for him. He just needs to make sure he gets
Just
5.
Yeah. So Steve points with his field ball, gets 9, ending up with a 226. That leaves it for Don Hergenrader to determine his own destiny here. 2 strikes and 6 pins, and he'll be champion. But he does need a double.
Well, he showed up in the 10th against Moats.
Must be a strike. Gets the
That's
mix.
one.
There is one. So
And
this,
if you notice, he did not get that one as right to left as he had been.
you're right. That was came in a little flatter. So this will be for the championship. For the
That one
win.
he got out.
And he got it.
And the smash. Doug Hergenrader.
Needs 6 to make it official. I know Steve a little frustrated when he had a chance to
Yeah.
close it out.
Now, like I said, you walk up
You bet.
in the 9th and control your own destiny.
Needing just 6 pins on this final field ball. Anything other than a Creek Church,
That's a
and he
good
gets
6 count.
9. You bet. That's it.
That's a really good 6 count for Doug Hergenrader. We'll get both these guys down here. Oh, how far we got to go down to actually be on the screen?
Now
Go ahead and
this
come up
way.
here, Steve. First I got to say, how bad do you want that 9th frame back? Just a little bit. No, actually, I'll go back. You did that little stutter step when you left that 10 pin. How bad do you want? Were you in your mind going, I should have stopped?
No, I don't think so. Something in my head, if I just can't get my arm in the motion right away, that'll happen. But I felt like once I got it moving, everything was okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you just leave them. It's what happens.
Now, it looked like on the right lane you were actually getting around it a little bit more, and the left lane was a little bit dry, and you had to stay firm with it.
Yeah, I was actually a board or 2 left on the left lane. Right lane had a little bit of a hang area. I squared up a little more and moved a little left on that, but then I rung 2 7-pins. I mean, that were good shots that I thought were really good off my hands. So that's the way it goes. I mean, that's bowling.
Well, and you had a adequate in your mind of qualifying yesterday, do a few extra couples and come back and finish second today.
Yeah. Difference today is I went wire to wire clean. So, I mean, I didn't have a split or an open. And
Really?
right. Yesterday, I think I had 4 opens, 2 splits, 2 missed 7s. But I just didn't have the carry yesterday that I had today. So.
You hear that, Tucker? Fill your frames. So I keep telling my grandson.
Right. Hey, I put it like this: if you're sparing, you're treading water. If you're stringing strikes, you're swimming. If you're opening, you're sinking.
There you go. Congratulations on a great run today.
Thank you.
On second place.
Thanks. Same here. Yep.
And Doug Hergenrader with the patented negative shift wine hustle and the gold label. Mostly the gold label today, but I saw you shift over to the hustle a little bit.
Yeah, you know, the left lane was absolutely smoking. I was about 5 right of the left lane, and then the right lane, and I thought about throwing 2 different balls because it was just early hook with the 801. So I stuck with it, and I got through it, and I left that 4, 6, 7, 10. But the shot that made the biggest difference today is when I left the 410, and I picked it up and went off the sheet and won that match because I was over. You know what I mean? And then I had to bowl Donnie. You know, and he's the greatest player I know. You know, him and I are buddies, and
Probably the last person you wanted to bowl in that situation.
no, I don't want to bowl him. You know that. And but you know, he knows my game. I know his game. We bowl together all the time. He's the greatest coach I've ever had. I love him. You know, so we're good friends. I can't tell you how much this tournament means to me. This is my 7th win.
Really?
Yep. And I got sick in 18. You knew that. So I've been battling through that.
Right.
You know, and then I win the Invitational, and this is totally different than cutting to the top 8.
Right.
I mean, anybody could have won this. I mean, anybody scores one score against one match play, it's over. You know?
Yeah, and that was kind of what we were talking about. The difference is the pod play makes it quite interesting because you can look up and down. You could see some where it might be a little bit tougher than others, but anyone could have came in out of any of it and done something with it.
Well, we do a tournament called the Sour Apple, and you bowl 4 games, and you draw a number. If you qualify the top 20, right? So they cut to the top 20, you draw a number. Whoever you draw the number, you're on the pair with. 2 guys go away. I've qualified on that thing a bazillion over everybody, and I'm the first one out. so it works. I mean, it happens, you know. So
Well, and you know the luck of the pod. The biggest example I could give on that, Tim Grumlovitz shoots 485 and gets eliminated round 1.
yeah,
So
485.
yeah, 485, and he would have
Anywhere else, it's probably
all the other 11. He would have been the lead.
Exactly. So, like I said, it's just a matter of who's on it. You know, really what pair you get. You know, if you get a pair that's really difficult, you might have a chance, you know. But if it's open and everybody's throwing it down the lane, they got a chance to strike just like everybody else.
So are we going to try some different negative shift stuff, or are we just going to stick with the gold label and the hustle?
I like those. I got some upside down balls that I throw.
Of course you do. I wonder who you got those from.
Yeah, I do. I got them from Donnie, but I drilled an upside down hustle, wine hustle, and an upside down 801. So it's kind of fun. But I was with the 801 most of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, the back ends are sharp. There's oil in the heads, but when it starts burning up, and I really truly don't understand how you can play really far left here, but there were people out there, man. They were. I couldn't play out there. They were hooking.
Well, congratulations on a great run today. Have a great summer.
Thanks. You guys
And-
do a great tournament. Danny does a great tournament. I know
Yeah.
this is a huge thing. This is a huge thing for you guys on podcast. I love it.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
See if we can get Dan. Do you want to say anything real quick? No.
I don't think I got much to say other than this was a wonderful tournament. Dan did a great job. I think we'll hear feedback on the new format, which I think was very positive. It
I'll
was
take 3. I got 3.
it was a lot of fun, and fun having everybody come back for the second day.
Well, Don's buying tacos over here.
Oh, taco. Okay, it's not Taco Tuesday, but that
no,
works.
No, if you haven't had the tacos,
No, really.
get the tacos.
Okay,
That's why I turn around. I'm not. See, she knows.
we've got a lot of nodding heads here.
You don't even argue when someone says tacos. You're in.
In.
That's just how
In
that
for it.
rolls.
Well, so much fun.
And then I got Brisket Boy over here.
Yes, a handful of brisket.
You'll throw rocks at the other people.
Let's put it this way: I have lunch for the next 2 or 3 days.
Good deal. You
I'm
are
okay
set.
with it.
You might eat them all in one sitting. I don't know.
It could be. I don't know. Don's offering tacos. I ain't passing that up.
Who is?
Don. Don said he's buying tacos. Don. I mean Doug.
You were confusing me too.
Doug. Yeah, Doug. I don't know. He talked about you so much, Don. It got stuck in my head. But
Well,
that's a great tournament.
What a
isn't it?
pleasure watching it all.
Yeah,
from
this
here.
was fun. I like the format. I like how it. I mean, you pull up, like Doug said. Anyone can.
Well, just Steve Points as an example. He finished his second overall in the tournament, and he qualified 28th coming into today. So
Yeah.
yesterday he was 28th and was struggling. He bowled a couple extra games after yesterday's qualifying, tried to find some right equipment that would work, and came out today strong.
Well, that's going to do it for us. And Dan, great tournament. Worked out well.
Thank you to Ryan and Alan for covering it this weekend. Very fun event, very different event for the tour. We haven't done this before, so it'll be interesting to get some feedback on it and see what we do maybe for next year. Next year will be our 10th year, so 10th year starts in August of 2026. We'll probably be starting at Olathe Lanes East the middle of August, I think 17th to 18th, something like that. I haven't got the formal dates yet, but look forward. Be watching Facebook and stuff. Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour Facebook page, and also on our website, nwmospt.com, and we'll get information out there about the 10th year coming up here, starting in August. Again, thank you, everybody, and have a great summer and be safe.
Yeah, it was good. Everything worked out well.
Yep.
So, Alan, thanks
Hey,
for coming
thank
in.
you. Thanks for the invite. Loved it. Great day. Great weekend.
Like I told Larry Stepp, no one wants to hear just me talk. So that's a big filler for me. Good Lord, feel how hard those things are.
Oh my goodness.
I could hurt somebody with that.
Good stuff.
But
well, thank you again.
Yeah, great tournament, and probably
down the road.
Masters.
We'll do it again. You
All
bet.
right.
Hey,
Thanks
looking
a lot.
forward to it.
Appreciate it, Alan.
Thanks.
And real quick, a huge thanks to all the sponsors: Gladstone Bowl, Jason Chris with Face Designs, BVL, the Bowling Shop, Lisa Finley with Shelter Insurance, Finley Transport, Renewal by Anderson, I Am Bowling, the Trophy Store, Storm 900 Global, Rotogrip, all the sponsors. Without them, this doesn't happen. So next year, 10th. I got to wait one more year, then I can go super senior. So, but get on the Facebook page, watch it, and we'll have the schedule out. So for everyone here at Gladstone Bowl, a huge thanks for all their help. Dan running another great year of tournament, zero problems. Alan for joining us. I'm Ryan Ragland. We will see you next summer in August from Olathe Lanes East with the 2026-27 version of the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. We'll see you next year.